raise your right hand.
You do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Okay. If you could please state your full name for the record and for the members of the jury.
Gerhardt Konig,
Gerhard, how old are you?
47,
Where were you born?
South Africa.
And were your parents from South Africa?
Yes.
What are their names, and are they still alive, and are they still married?
Yeah, Peter and Annabelle, they're alive and married.
Okay. And they've been here, is that them here in the front row today?
That's them.
Where do they live now?
San Diego.
Growing up, what did your parents do for work?
My dad's a pharmacist, and in South Africa, my mom didn't work.
How long did you live in South Africa, or maybe a better way to ask that is, how old were you when you moved from South Africa?
I was 14.
And where did you move to at that age?
San Diego.
Who moved with you to San Diego at that time?
My parents and my younger sister.
So what grade were you in when you moved to the United States?
9th grade.
Did your dad find work as a pharmacist?
Yes.
What did your mom do in San Diego?
She ran a home daycare.
Siblings?
Yes, 2 older brothers and a younger sister.
What year and what high school did you go to, and what year did you graduate?
I went to Rancho Bernardo High School, and I graduated in 1996.
By the way, was growing up in South Africa, was English your first language?
No,
What was?
Afrikaans.
Okay. After graduating from high school, did you go to college?
I did.
And where'd you go?
UC San Diego,
What did you major in?
bioengineering.
Now, the jury has heard about how later in life you married Arielle Konig. Was that your first marriage?
No,
Okay. Were you married before that?
I was, yeah.
And to who?
Jesse Patella Ray.
Okay. How old were you when you and Jesse got together?
16 or 17, 11th grade in high school.
And then how old were you when the two of you got married?
20.
After graduating from college, what did you do?
I worked as a bioengineer for 5 years.
Okay. Doing what kind of work?
It was a biotech startup company. We were doing tissue engineering.
Okay. We don't need to get into exactly what that is, but it's in the field of bioengineering.
Yeah. So specifically, we were growing tissue engineered blood vessels, and so we were taking skin cells from a person and culturing them in the lab and growing large diameter blood vessels specific to them, so they can use it for hemodialysis access or cardiac bypass grafts.
And where were you living when you were doing this work?
In Marin County, just north of San Francisco.
Okay, in California, but up by San Francisco.
Yes.
Did you and Jessica have kids while you were working and living in San Francisco?
Yes, 2 kids.
What are their names?
Ophelia and Emil.
And what years or how old are they?
Ophelia is almost 25, and Emil is 20.
Now, the jury has heard that you're a medical doctor. After doing this work in tissue genesis for a while, where'd you go to medical school?
At the University of Pittsburgh, in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
And is that a good medical school?
It is. It has a really good reputation, yeah.
So Ophelia and Emil were born before you started medical school? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why did you choose Pittsburgh?
Because of the reputation of the school and because the cost of living in Pittsburgh was low.
Okay. And you had
yeah.
the 2 young kids.
The two young kids, and I wasn't going to make any money, and it was a great place to go to school.
Did you graduate from medical school in 4 years?
Yes.
What year did you graduate from medical school?
2010.
After graduating from medical school, what did you do?
I did a 1-year internship, and then I did a 2-year research fellowship.
What was the research fellowship in?
It was an NIH-funded fellowship at the University of Pittsburgh, and I did mostly blood transfusion research. Specifically, I was working on autotransfusion. It's when you take a patient's own blood that they're losing in the operating room, and I was figuring out ways how to give it back to them safely.
Okay. Did you and was that in the Pittsburgh area?
Yes.
Did you eventually do a residency?
Yes.
And in what field did you do your residency?
Anesthesiology.
If you could explain to the jury, what is anesthesiology? I mean, we all kind of know what it is, but generally, I mean, but how do you define anesthesia?
Yeah, anesthesiologists are, it's a specialty of medicine, and we're trained to acutely treat organ system failure and techniques to limit pain and awareness. And so basically what we do is we take care of patients that are either very ill or injured, and we keep them alive until they can get patched up. And we make sure that they don't feel or remember anything.
Okay. And why did you choose anesthesiology for your residency, and did you enjoy it?
Oh yeah, I loved it. It's all hands-on, which is kind of what my personality is and my background in engineering. So I like that about it.
Okay.
And yeah, I mean that was
So you enjoyed it.
yeah.
Now, what years were you doing your residency in anesthesiology?
2013 to 2016
And where was your residency at?
in Pittsburgh.
Now, you mentioned your residency 2012 to 2016. Did you at some point you and Jessica got divorced?
Yes.
Or approximately when was that, or when did you separate?
We separated in 2014. Yeah.
Is that during your residency?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, after 15 years of marriage, and we tried to make it work. We got
Okay.
married very, very young.
Okay.
And,
Did
grew
you
apart.
after that you guys were both living in Pittsburgh,
Yes.
and were you involved in Emil and Ophelia?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay.
50-50 custody.
50-50 custody.
Mhm.
You finished your residency in 2016. What did you do for work when you were done with your residency?
I was hired as an anesthesiologist by UPMC. I worked at UPMC McGee Women's Hospital, and then I was also hired by University of Pittsburgh as a part-time assistant professor.
As a part-time what?
Assistant professor.
Okay, so in terms of your work that you were you doing clinical work, actually treating patients in the hospital?
Yeah. So 4 out of 5 days, I was doing clinical work, anesthesiology, and basically 1 day a week. So 20% of my time, I was doing teaching and research.
And so teaching, who were you teaching?
Anesthesiology residents, mostly at the hospital. And for the last 3 years that I was in Pittsburgh, I was the site director for the anesthesiology residency at my hospital. So I was in charge of the teaching of the residents at the hospital there.
And that was all in Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
Okay, now, after separating from your first wife, did you at some point start dating again?
Yes.
And did you try out dating apps?
Yes.
How'd that go?
I used some free dating apps in the beginning and met some people and finally signed up for a paid app, eHarmony.
eHarmony.
Mm-hmm.
And after you signed up for eHarmony, is that how you met Arielle?
Yeah, she actually found me on there, and we connected on there and chatted on there for a little while. And I think we connected in February of 2016, and then we met in the bar at the end of March 2016.
Your first time you met her, first date-ish, what you want to call it, was at a bar?
Yes.
In Pittsburgh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then did you guys continue to see
Doctor,
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I should correct you. And after that, did you guys continue dating?
Yes.
I think you said you met in 2016?
Yes.
Okay. When did you and Arielle get married?
2018.
Between 2016 and 2018, where were you living?
We were both living in Pittsburgh in like kind of different suburbs of the city. She lived north of the city, close to where she worked, and I lived kind of to the west of the city. We were about an hour apart, but so we spent 1 week at my house with the kids when we had the kids, and then we'd spend 1 week at her townhouse up
Okay.
north.
And that was in Pittsburgh?
In Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you were working in the job you just described to us?
Yes.
Now, after your first divorce, you had 2 kids. Did you want to have more kids with?
I did.
With
Yeah.
Ari?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I had that in my profile on online dating and.
That you wanted to have more kids?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you and Ms. Konig have kids together?
Yes, 2 kids.
And what are their names? And tell us when they were born.
Olin was born right in the middle of COVID, May 2020.
Okay.
And Vigo was born just a few weeks before we moved to Maui in 2023.
Just a few weeks before Maui?
Yeah.
Okay. In 2023.
Yeah.
So you guys are still living in Pittsburgh when, well, at least Olin, 2020, you guys are in Pittsburgh. Did there come a time when you and Arielle decided to make a move and move to Hawaii?
Yeah.
Tell us about why that came up and what was the interest and if it was a joint decision.
Yeah, it was a joint decision, and this was something that we kind of bonded over ever since we met, and we both love Pittsburgh and love the city and the town and Steelers fans, but we wanted to move somewhere where the weather's a little nicer, and she knew I had family in California, and so we had talked about that for a while. And then after we started having kids, we started talking about it some more and realized that actually our main priority is safety and just finding kind of a place where we can raise our kids in a safe environment.
What do you mean by safety?
Just like the random gun violence, like school shootings and things like that, were really concerning for us. We wanted to go to somewhere where that's relatively rare or less of a concern.
How did you guys decide on Maui?
I came to Oahu actually once during residency, when I was doing my research fellowship, and just kind of fell in love with the atmosphere. There's just kind of a joy to life here, and the tempo is just different than anywhere else that I've been in the United States.
Okay. So you guys decide on Maui.
Well, and then we went to Maui for our honeymoon, and our friend's honeymoon too, and that's kind of how we got introduced to Maui.
Got it. Now, you said that it was a joint decision about kind of putting the kids first and safety.
Yeah.
Was it gonna moving from Pittsburgh to Maui? Was it going to have an impact on both of your careers? And let's start first with yours. Tell the jury if it was it gonna. How was it, if any, gonna affect your?
Yeah, it was gonna have a big impact on my career. So I was gonna have to give up the teaching and the research completely. And my job in Pittsburgh was at an academic medical center, and even when I wasn't working for the university, I was interacting with students and residents and things like that.
And on Maui,
Maui, it was just going to be like a
clinical.
Community hospital, and so kind of very, very different.
And what about the research part of your job?
Yeah, so I have to give all that up.
And you're willing to do that?
Yeah, we were basically committed, both of us, to going somewhere where we could focus on the family and slower pace of life, at least until the boys were out of high school.
Okay, so now you just shared about the effect it was going to have on your career. What about Arielle's career? Explain to that. She talked about being, at least for a while, in the nuclear industry. So when this decision was being made about moving, what was going on with her career, and what was her how was this going to affect her?
So by the time we made the decision to actually move, which was like in the summer of 2022, it actually didn't affect her career that much. If we had made that decision earlier, it would have had a much bigger impact.
Why wasn't it going to affect her career that much at that point?
So she was working. So before COVID, she was working 100% in-house, full time, and then during COVID, her job went remote, like most people's jobs did. And then during COVID, we also had Olin, and she realized at that point that she didn't want to go back to working in person again. That she felt she could accomplish a lot more at home, working and just be much more efficient. And it also allowed her to just be home more with the kids and the family.
Was she still
was
she still in the nuclear industry when you guys decided to move?
No. So and then she actually quit her job a few months before we started talking seriously about moving.
Okay.
And she was applying to jobs at software companies and other industries and nuclear as well. And then we decided to move, and so this was all kind of happening at the same time.
Okay. And was she able to get this job? She talked about a TerraPower that allowed her to work virtually?
Yes. And so she was actually hired, I think, like as I was interviewing in Maui, she got hired at TerraPower. So she started her job at TerraPower while we were still in Pittsburgh.
Okay. But they were going to allow her to...
And then after the move, yes. So she got a fully remote job based out of Pittsburgh for this company that's based in Seattle. And then we moved to Maui, and then she kept working for the same company.
Okay. I want to ask you, Emil. So
Yes.
Ophelia is older than Emil?
Yeah.
Okay. So, but when you guys start thinking about moving, how old was Emil, and how did that factor into the timing of when you were going to move, and
Yeah.
and if?
So Emil is actually the reason we moved when we did.
Okay,
So,
explain that. Explain that.
Yeah, so Ari and I had talked for a while about moving out of Pittsburgh, and the trigger was going to be when Emil graduated high school.
You guys are waiting. You guys are going to wait till he graduated.
Yeah, because we didn't want to leave
Okay.
him, and we didn't want to ask his mom to if we could take him.
So what happened?
He basically talked us into letting him ask his mom. And because he's like, if you guys are going to go somewhere sunny after high school, I want to go with you, and I want to go before high school is over because I want to move somewhere earlier so I can make friends and kind of get connected to the community. And I said, I don't think your mom's going to let you leave. And he said, let me just talk to her. And after months of that, I said, okay, if you want to ask her, you can. And he asked her, and she actually said yes. And
Okay.
so that triggered us to kind of say, oh shoot, now we can
earlier.
move now. We can move earlier. And so
Let me ask you about that. So at this point, Emil was about what age?
15.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so, you talked about how you were married and while he was growing up, and then how old was he roughly when you guys got divorced, you and his mom, roughly?
9.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so from when he was born till 9, you obviously very active in his life. Is that right?
Yes.
And then after that, you had him every other week. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then come a time now he's 16, and he's actually asking if he can go to Maui with you. Is
Yeah.
that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, we've had a really good
Okay.
relationship.
And so that kind of made the timeline where you guys could go sooner. Is that right?
Yes.
And what about Ophelia? By the time you guys were moving, was she already over 18?
Yeah, she was over, and she had moved out of the house already, and
Okay.
so yeah, she didn't come to Maui with us.
Okay. Now, so when you first moved here, did Emil then finish high school on Maui?
Yes, Maui High.
We heard about how Miss Konig's parents, or Arielle's parents, also moved to Maui. How did that happen?
Yeah, no, they that was really nice actually, how it worked out. But because we didn't have any family here,
Okay.
and two young boys. But when we told them we're moving to Maui from Pittsburgh, and they were living in Florida at the time, they said that that's too far, and they actually decided
away from you guys.
Yeah, and so they decided they're going to move to California because they didn't want to move to Hawaii, but they had never been to Hawaii, and so they had this trip planned where they were going to go look at a few different places in California, and we convinced them to come to Hawaii too for a few days,
Okay.
just to basically, visit with us.
Yeah, we're trying to see if they like it.
We just told them, just come visit with us, and we'll show you where we're going to live.
Yeah.
This was right before we actually moved, and
Did they like it?
in less than 24 hours, they were like, "We're coming here." Yeah,
And that was okay with you?
Yeah, it was great because they ended up buying a house just down the street from our house, and we see them, we would see them all the time, and they're a big help with the kids, and it was just nice to have family on the island.
So you, when did you guys move then to Maui?
So I had to give 6 months notice at my job, so I got a job offer in like August of 2022, but we didn't end up moving until end of February of 2023.
Okay. And your job offer on Maui was what?
It was so the group's called TMG, and we're the only anesthesiology group on the island. It's a private practice group,
So you applied with them,
yeah,
and they hired you.
yes.
So I know this is a big question, but I'm going to ask you to kind of just maybe summarize. You get here to Maui, March 2023. You got these two young kids. Your son's here. Your in-laws are here. You got a job. What was life like for you and your family from March 2023 until December 2024? Can you just summarize what it was like?
Yeah, it was amazing. The move was a little stressful at first getting here, but once we were here and settled in, it was our dream life. So we bought a house really close to the hospital, so I could walk to work, and it also meant that I could take all my call shifts from home. And whenever I was done at the day, I could be home in a few minutes, and it translated into me being home a lot more than I was in Pittsburgh at my previous job. And so that meant that I was spending a lot more time with the kids and with Ari and with Emil. I was doing a lot of home improvement projects, and then as a family we were doing lots of exploring. Like every weekend we would explore Maui. We did a lot of beach activities. We went to the beach almost every weekend, snorkeling, surfing, paddleboarding, hiking.
Okay, so it was a good life.
Yeah, we made a bunch of friends through my work and through Olin's preschool, some of his friends and friends' parents, and we were getting settled in.
Yeah, and let me ask you, Arielle, when you testified, when the detective asked her about how the marriage was before December 2024, she said it was a good marriage. Do you agree with that?
I thought it was a great marriage, yeah.
Okay.
I totally agree.
I just had a question. That being said, during that time period, did it ever come up that area between that time period, did moving back to the mainland ever come up?
It did. So her job, and when she was first hired by TerraPower, they had asked her to move to Seattle, and they said, "Hey, would you move to Seattle?" And she said no.
Okay.
And then a few times they had kind of asked her again to, if she would consider that.
Okay.
And our plan was always to at least stay in Maui until the kids graduate high school, and then we can kind of focus on our careers again and let the career drive the decisions.
Now, I was asking a little bit about your marriage during that time period, and this came up with Arielle. In your marriage back then, who handled the financial affairs more so, like, taxes, life insurance, finances between the two of you?
I did.
Okay. And why was that so?
I'm a very meticulous kind of person that keeps track of everything, and so it's just kind of more naturally in my,
Yeah. Pretty organized.
Yeah.
Did you have, like computer files with different, insurance, taxes,
yeah.
all that stuff?
And all of our things were joint. We didn't have any separate anything, and so I ended up taking care of most of those things.
And those computer files,
and they were all in a shared drive that we shared, and so she had access to everything, and she contributed and as well. But
Okay.
I took care of most of it.
Okay. And you would kind of from time to time look into the files or update the files, or
Oh, all the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
All the time?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you just described a great life and great marriage. Did there come a time in 2024, Gerhardt, when that changed?
Yes.
First of all, in 2024, at some point, well, let me ask you this preliminarily. Did Arielle have to travel for work?
She did. Yeah.
Okay, and that's because she was working virtually?
Yeah. Just like three or four times a year.
Okay. Did there come a time in 2024 when Arielle traveled to South Africa for work?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was roughly?
At the end of August of 2024.
And who was she going with, to your knowledge, at the time?
It was a pretty important trip for her because it was just the CEO of the company, another man that was high up in the company called Jeff Miller, and herself.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you this. By the way, when you guys were on Maui working, and she was working virtually, like, where was she actually doing her work? Like, when she was working?
Yeah, she had a home office set up, but it was
in her house.
In our house,
Okay.
but it was in our bedroom. So, and there was no divider or anything between it. So her desk was basically right next to our bed. So like a third of the space in the bedroom was taken up by her office.
And when what were her hours? Was she on Seattle time? She started?
Mostly West Coast time, sometimes East Coast time. So she would usually get up
Early.
either 4 or 5 a.m. and start work around there, and then work until around 2 p.m.
So were you, because it was in your bedroom, were you exposed a lot to
A lot.
her
yeah.
work and her things she was doing and the
Yeah,
people?
she has a huge monitor on her desk. She has one of those desks that can go up and down.
Okay.
And it's facing into the room, and all of her meetings are on speakerphone.
Okay. Prior to this, leading up to this South Africa trip, you mentioned did she go with a man named Jeff Miller?
Yes.
Did you have any concerns about Jeff Miller at that time?
No.
You know, I know you mentioned no concerns, but was there anything weird on that trip, behavior-wise, that you took notice of? The South African trip?
Yeah, it was a really quick trip. It was just 2 nights. But the one weird thing was that on the second night, I remember noticing that she never contacted me at the end of the day, and that's kind of out of character. Whenever she went on work trips, she would always kind of check in at some point. And, you know, at the end of the day, even usually we would check in several times during the day as well, and just do text. We would text a lot.
Okay.
And the one night on that trip, she never reached out. And I was at work, and by the time I got home and realized that she never reached out, I knew she was asleep, and so I didn't reach out to her either. But
but
normally she would reach out to me when she's done with her work day.
Did you think much of it at the time, or?
No,
Okay.
I took note of it, and I asked her about it, and she just said, like, I'm so sorry. We got back late from dinner with the hosts that were hosting us, and I'm sorry, I should have texted, but I didn't.
Now, she returns from South Africa. Later on in 2024, did you and your family go on a trip to Kauai?
We did, yeah.
When was that, roughly?
In October. I think it was October. Yeah, we told Emil as a graduation present we'll take him to one of the other islands that he hasn't been to yet for a little trip, and
Okay.
he picked Kauai.
Keep it quiet. Now, did anything happen on this Kauai trip that made you become concerned to a degree about Mr. Miller?
Yeah, a little bit. Like
What happened? Tell the jury what happened.
Yeah. So we were there at the end of I think from like Thursday to Monday or something like that. So it overlapped with her work week a little bit, and she was able to take most of the time off, but there was a few meetings that she still had to do that she couldn't. And so and they're early morning meetings because they were West Coast time, and I just overheard her talking to him on the phone and from the other room, and it just seemed that they had a very familiar tone. More so than what I was used to, the way that she used to talk to him and the way that she talked to her other work colleagues.
Now, you get back from Kauai after the trip. From October to December. Did you notice any other red flags or concerning behavior?
Yeah. So
what happened?
The biggest. But the only thing that I noticed was that she was constantly on her phone. She was just constantly on her phone.
Was that more so than usual?
Yeah, much
Okay.
more than usual. And she would hide the screen from me. So
What do you mean by that?
Like, if you're sitting next to somebody and they're on their phone, like, you can just notice that they're sitting in a way. They're constant. They're always just like moving their.
What if you walked
moving their
into a room
screen.
when she was on?
Yeah,
her phone?
when I walked in the room, she would turn the screen off or turn her phone upside down.
Did you ask her about it?
I did several times,
And what-
and she would always say, "I'm talking to Gianna. I'm talking to Gianna," which is her best
Who's
friend.
Gianna?
Gianna's her best friend.
Okay. So you did ask her about it a couple of times,
Yeah,
And-
more than a couple.
and you continue to see this concerning. Well, was this behavior concerning to you?
Yes,
And
I was curious.
Okay.
I was concerned. You're right.
And did she told you it was, don't worry, it was just Gianna.
Yeah, and she was like defensive about it.
Okay.
Um,
Now, what did that lead you to do in early December? All this
yeah.
behavior, red flags.
No, when she kept doing it and she kept being defensive, I unlocked her phone.
Okay.
And while she was sleeping.
Now, do you recall when you did this? There's been talk about a San Luis Obispo trip, right? Were you guys going to go on a trip in December?
Yes.
And with who?
With our friends Bryant and Gianna.
And so, what day of the week were you going to leave for the trip, if you recall?
So, Ari and Gianna were going to be there on Wednesday,
Okay.
and Bryant and I were going to join them on Thursday.
So the
And then
girls
we
were going first.
Yeah,
Just
and then we were
spent-
all staying there until Sunday.
The girls were going to go spend a night together.
Yeah, so they had like a girls' day planned, and they wanted to just go for the first day. The trip was mostly for Gianna's birthday.
So that was going to be on a Wednesday. When did you look into her phone?
On Monday night.
Okay. Right before the trip, a couple days before the trip.
Yeah.
So tell the jury what you discovered.
So Monday night, when I looked at her phone, I went to the screen time application on the iPhone, and then I noticed that the app with the highest usage was an app called WhatsApp. And I was
What is
really,
WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is a communications app. So it has texting, it has voice calls and video calls. So instead of using your phone's built-in texting or voice or video, you go through WhatsApp,
Okay.
and it's separate from the phone.
So then once you saw that?
Yeah, so then
Well, first of all, I mean, was that surprising to
it
you?
was. I had not seen her on WhatsApp at all over the
Okay.
previous months, and so I was very surprised about that. And then I also saw that she had turned off all the notifications for WhatsApp, so she had everything silenced for
Okay.
WhatsApp. And it wasn't like on the main screen. It was like a couple pages over in a folder, so it was kind of hidden.
So did you open the WhatsApp?
Yeah, so I opened the WhatsApp.
What did you see?
And there were 2 conversations with Jeff Miller. And the way WhatsApp works is that your account is always linked to a phone number. And so the one conversation was a conversation with his work phone, and the other conversation was a conversation with his personal phone.
Okay. And so let's talk about the conversation with his personal phone. Tell the jury what you saw.
Yeah, it was. So what I saw. So this was Monday night. What I saw was that the messages from Monday and from Sunday, so the previous 2 days, it was like a full-on conversation the entire day long, and it would start
All day long?
off. Yeah, and it would start off at like 2 a.m. Hawaii time. So and Jeff Miller lives in Maryland, and he travels extensively for work. Like he probably travels 3 out of every 4 weeks, and I know this because I'm always hearing them on the phone and
Okay.
talking about that. So basically, wherever he was, he'd be texting her good morning, but it wasn't just like a good morning text. It was like 5 or 6 texts. It's like a whole good morning. I had a great, I slept great. I'm looking forward to the day. I hope you're sleeping great. And then at like 5:45 a.m., her good morning.
She would be responding.
She would respond, and then the whole day long, like, this is where I am. This is what I'm doing. This is what I'm thinking, until good night at the end of the day. And that was for Sunday and Monday.
Okay.
So for the 2 previous days.
So Sunday is a weekend, right?
Right.
Yeah. So you
Yeah,
saw
so
on
it
a
was-
Sunday. We saw the text from December
Yeah, she's
1st.
I'm at work. I'm on call for the weekend, and she's at home decorating and hanging out with the kids and
texting him all day.
Texting him all day.
Okay.
And then
go ahead.
when I scroll back past that, it's very strange because then between so the thread was created on June 4th or something like that, because WhatsApp puts when the thread was created in the app.
Okay.
And there was no messages between June 4th and August 30th, which was like a few days after the South Africa trip. And then between August 30th and Sunday, it was very strange because there was like fragments of conversation or little short things, and then mostly just pictures and songs and links. And it was basically Jeff sending her a bunch of pictures of himself, a bunch of song links that she had saved, and her sending him like a bunch of pictures too of
Did you, when you said it was strange because there were things missing, did it seem to you like things were being deleted?
Well, yeah, because obviously that was, I mean, there was an abrupt cutoff between like what's before Sunday and Monday and that conversation and then everything else that was on there.
Let me ask you this. Seeing all of that, here you are, a couple of months now, you had some suspicion, some red flags. Asked her about it a couple of times. She denies it, defensive. Now you open it up and you see this.
Yeah.
Tell the jury how you felt. How did it make you feel?
I was devastated. There's obviously something going on, and
Okay. So
I didn't know what to do.
okay. So what did you do?
So I had actually started using WhatsApp myself when we moved to Maui, because that's the main communication platform that the anesthesiology group uses, and so I was using it every day, communicating with the rest of the group and during our business meetings. And so I knew that WhatsApp, since even though it's primarily an app on your phone, there's a web interface. You can log into WhatsApp on your computer through the browser as well, and it'll basically just duplicate everything that's on your account.
And then what did you do the next day?
So I took her phone upstairs to my computer, which is in the hallway upstairs, and I logged into her WhatsApp on my computer.
So you could watch her.
So I could
activity.
see, because yeah.
Okay. You mentioned being devastated. I mean, prior to this, did you have any, aside from we talked about the red flags, but marriage-wise, I mean, everything seemed okay?
Everything seemed fabulous. We were.
Okay.
We were very happy together. No red flags in terms of the marriage itself.
Okay. So now, you want to learn more. You go into what do you call it, like detective mode, kind of?
Yeah.
Okay. So now you logged on and you're able to watch her. And did you do so the next day?
Yes. Excuse me. Yes.
Tell the jury what you saw the next day?
So the next day, it was basically the same type of thing that they were doing on Sunday and Monday. So they start off by saying good morning, and then just wasn't communication the entire day. But this day, she started deleting messages, and so one of the first things that she did is she deleted all of the messages from Sunday and Monday.
Okay, so when you went, make sure you put the mic a little closer. So when you saw the messages the night before.
Yes.
And now you're looking at it on the computer next day, and those messages you saw the night before are deleted.
Yes.
Okay. And then what?
And then I saw them communicate kind of in real time, because I could see it pop up on my screen too. And as soon as the conversation proceeded, kind of past, she would kind of keep deleting the previous messages. So she was like, not deleting them in real time, but like throughout the day, she was deleting the previous messages.
And the content of the communications and what was being deleted, again, was it concerning?
Yeah, I mean, it was the same type of conversation that she was having with them on the previous 2 days, which is not a conversation you have with a coworker. This is a conversation you have with your spouse. I mean, this is
And after watching that all day long, what did you conclude? I mean, in terms of what was going on. Did you believe?
I mean, she was having an affair.
Okay. Let me ask you this: while that was, did you, because she was deleting these things, did you try to save some of the messages?
Yes. So the first thing I did, actually, the night that I unlocked her phone, because on WhatsApp you can also export the thread basically and save the thread, and so I exported the thread to my phone. So I had copies of what was on there when I first discovered it, and then the next day on my computer, the only thing I could do on the web interface is take screenshots of the.
And you took some.
Yeah.
All right. So now you are faced with, this. You got this trip in a day or two. Do you confront Arielle right away?
Not right away. So the way that this was happening was that our trip to San Luis Obispo, there's no direct flights from Maui to San Luis Obispo, and so we coordinated that the layovers were going to be in Phoenix, which is where Brian Gianna lives. And Ari was taking a red eye on Tuesday night. And so on Tuesday, when I was first discovering and watching this kind of in person for the first time,
let me stop you there.
She's packing
just
for the
to
trip.
help the jury. So Monday night is when you first found the WhatsApp chain. Is that right?
Right. So Monday overnight.
Tuesday
Tuesday morning, I wake up and I start looking at them interacting in real
throughout the day.
time during the day.
And then Arielle's supposed to leave that night.
And so she's supposed to leave that night.
Do you confront her before she leaves?
I do not.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, so she leaves. Who do you first reach out to talk to about this?
Yeah. So on Wednesday night, I'm supposed to leave to go to fly to Phoenix to meet Bryant and then go to San Luis Obispo.
Okay.
And Wednesday, like in the middle of the day, I call him and talk to him.
Okay. And why did you call?
FaceTime.
Why did you call Brian? Talk to him about it.
Few different reasons. One was that we were, about to go on this trip with them, and I wasn't able to, I knew I was going to have to confront her as soon as I got to San Luis Obispo. So now it's Wednesday, and I'm convinced of, I'm seeing what they're doing, especially what she was sharing with them on Wednesday. So on Wednesday, she was spending all day in San Luis Obispo with Gianna, and she's basically keeping him up to. I mean, first thing is as soon as she lands in Phoenix in the morning, she's like, just landed. I have an hour and a half. If you're free, we can chat. Can't wait to talk to you.
Is she texting you, keeping you up to date?
I'm getting. I also got a just landed text, but nothing else.
Okay.
But she's reaching out to him, and on WhatsApp, you can see when a message has been read, and so as soon as she saw that he read her just landed text, she called him, she didn't wait for him to respond.
Okay.
And stuff, and I'm not getting a call, I'm not getting any of this stuff, and then during the day, she's sending him pictures of the places that they're of her and Gianna doing stuff,
So you're seeing this.
So I'm seeing this, and that's at that point I'm just I can't go to San Luis Obispo and not confront her about this right away.
And going back to Bryant, right? So I know.
Yeah.
Did you guys have fun activities planned? It was supposed to be a fun couples
Yeah,
trip.
so it was supposed to be a couples trip, right? And it was Gianna's birthday, and actually Ari planned it because she used to work for, one of the power plants that she that was her responsibility for refueling is just outside of San Luis Obispo. So she used to travel to San Luis Obispo all the time for work, and
Okay, so were you
planned
were you
a bunch of fun
reaching out to
activities.
Bryant and you said there's several reasons. Was one of it to kind of let him know hey, this might not be the fun trip we had
Yeah.
planned?
So the first reason was hey, this is I'm just giving you a heads up. I'm gonna confront Ari with basically an affair.
Was there other reasons why you wanted?
And then the other reason was that the other reason why he's my best friend and I wanted some advice, but I specifically wanted advice from him because they had just gone through infidelity in their relationship 6 months earlier.
Bryant and Gianna.
Bryant and Gianna, and
Okay.
so
They were dealing with that.
yeah, and so he had been dealing with this, and I was looking for advice and just needed a
And
friend.
just to be
talk
clear
to.
for the jury, in that situation though, was it reversed?
It was, yeah.
was
Brian had a one-night stand, and Gianna
Yeah.
found out about
Okay.
it. And
So they had been dealing
kicked
with
him
that
out of the
and after
house
that.
and stuff. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
And so you talked to Brian.
yes.
Do you fly up on the trip?
Yes.
When you get there, do you confront Arielle right away?
Almost right away. I mean, right when we get there, they already have dinner reservations and stuff like that waiting for us. And so we go to dinner, and right after dinner, when we go back to the hotel, is when I confront her.
Did you talk to Gianna before you confronted Arielle?
Very briefly.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you
And-
told her what you had found.
I basically just gave, I told her briefly what I had found, and then left to go talk to Ari and left Bryant to explain to her more.
So, where do you confront Ari? Were you in the hotel room?
In the hotel room.
You confront her with it. Tell the jury how that went and what Arielle's initial reaction was.
Yeah, I confront her with it, and she's immediately remorseful and doesn't deny anything, admits to it, and is crying and
Let me ask you this. You say admits to it, and when Ms. Konig testified, she kept using the term, you guys use the term emotional affair, but in that time period, what did she admit to? Having a...
she admitted to having an affair. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
With Jeff Miller.
Yeah, she admitted this was completely inappropriate relationship.
Okay. And so you
we
mentioned
called it
she-
an affair from the start.
And you mentioned she was remorseful and crying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, here we are now in San Luis Obispo. This is going on. What was your emotional state like at the time? In other words, what were you thinking needed to happen? And you guys were going to try to work this out or
Yeah.
not, or while you're on the trip.
Yeah, no, I mean it was It was tough. I mean, a lot of emotions for sure. But Brian and John were really helpful, and we were away from the kids and away from work and away from everything else, so we can kind of just focus on this.
Okay.
And
you guys reached some kind of conclusion as to whether or not you guys were going to break up or what?
Oh yeah. So yeah, we both wanted to work on it. We both, well, she basically said, like, I'm so sorry, I can't believe I did this, and I'll do anything it takes to heal our marriage.
Okay.
And you know, you and our kids are more important than anything to me, and you know, I'll do whatever it takes. And we start talking to Brian and Jana, and they kind of help us talk about some things, and we figure out, you know, what the next steps are going to be.
Now, during the trip in San Luis Obispo, did the topic of her possibly moving out come up?
Yes.
And-
yeah,
and-
that was one of the big conversations we had.
And did you guys settle in on, okay, she's not going to move out just right now, we're going to try?
Yeah, so I preferred for her to move out.
Do you mean like break up?
No, we were both committed to working on the marriage, but and this is what Brian and Jana did too. So Brian ended up living in a hotel for like 3 months, and it helped them just focus on the affair and healing from the affair, and then they kind of moved back and kind of, you know,
Okay.
started working on everything else, and I felt that was, you know, an ideal solution.
Did she want to do that?
Well, both of us, we decided together not to do that, and because we had, you know, the two big complicating issues for us was one, our two little boys. So we at the time they were like 1.5 and 4.
So at this time when she was having this relationship with Mr. Miller, how old were the boys?
1.5 and 4.
Okay. And you're saying, obviously, if she moved out, it would have been traumatic on them.
Yeah, so we didn't want.
Okay. So it's okay. You guys decide to not do that then.
Yeah, we didn't want them harmed.
Okay.
But
So let me ask you this: in order for her to not move out, to avoid that harm. Sorry. May I approach Anna?
thank you. Excuse me 1 second.
You want water?
Yes, please.
You mentioned the kids. Was there did Ari have other concerns about her moving out?
Yeah, and the other concern, and again, this was a joint decision, is that we wanted to protect her reputation with family and friends, and so Bryant was able to move out, and really nobody else knew. It was just Ari and I actually that knew, and that was it.
So in other words, if Ari moved out on Maui, you talked about you guys had formed a pretty good, close group of friends. Her parents.
We did, and everybody lived right there, and it's a small community, and I mean, people were going to know that she moved out and would ask why, and
So that was part of the joint decision.
yes.
So you guys are up there, San Luis Obispo, decide that we're going to try. It's not going to move out. What about were there some talk about if we're going to do that? At least, right, initially, was there some talk about what was needed to happen as it related to Jeff Miller and her job?
Yes.
What was that? Tell the jury about that.
Yeah, so I mean, she obviously needed to terminate the affair immediately, but also to terminate all contact with Jeff Miller, and that would involve her quitting her job and getting a new job.
Initially, what did she say? I mean, was that something she was agreeable to initially?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And so we decided that was the plan, and she said she just needed a little bit of time, and so she didn't want to quit her job right away. But that she would limit contact with him, and so she actually sent him an email through work, like a work email, and said, basically, hi Jeff. From this point on, all of our communication needs to be in email only, if we do meet, because they would have virtual meetings all the time, if we do meet, it would have to be with one other person present. And she did this without talking to me, but showed it to me afterwards. Said, hey, this is what I did. Is that okay? And I said, that's fine.
So the plan was that she was going to quit her job and maybe find a new job, but in the meanwhile,
For sure, she was going to quit her job and find a new job.
Okay.
And but in the meanwhile,
there was going to be some boundaries related to her interactions with Miller.
yes.
Okay. Was she supposed to go on another work trip with Jeff Miller soon after the San Luis Obispo trip?
Yes.
To where and when?
So the San Luis Obispo trip ended on Sunday, and then on Sunday, I was going to fly back to Maui to take care of the kids, and she was flying to Seattle, and she had a week-long business trip in Seattle, starting right after this
Oh, right
trip.
after?
Mhm.
She was going to go straight? And Mr. Miller was supposed to be there?
Yes.
Did you later learn anything about the hotel situation related to that?
Not even later. It was. I mean, so while we were in San Luis Obispo and while we're still talking about all these things, she, I told her basically, I'm not okay with you going to Seattle. And she said, no, I totally understand. And she said, I'm going to cancel that trip. And she admitted that she had changed her hotel from the hotel that she was supposed to stay in with her primary team that she works with at TerraPower to the hotel that Jeff Miller was in, and they already had dinner plans for Sunday night.
Okay. And then she canceled that trip.
But she canceled all of that. So she told work she had a family emergency and couldn't go, and so we flew back together to Maui on Sunday.
You get back to Maui on Sunday, and you there was some kind of initial conversations about what needed to happen with her job and whatnot. When you get back to Maui, are you still kind of just trying to figure out how to deal with this whole situation?
Yes.
Did you tell anyone other than Gianna and Brian?
No.
And was that for the reasons you talked about earlier about Arielle's reputation?
Yes.
But you did. We saw the email that you sent at some point to Mr. Miller's wife, right?
Oh, yeah. And
Yeah.
I did that in San Luis Obispo.
Yeah, and that was in San Luis Obispo. Okay.
Mhm. Yeah, that's the day that I found out.
Yeah. And
Well, I
why'd
mean,
you,
that's not true. That's the day that I confronted her
Okay.
about it.
and why'd you why'd you do that?
I just felt that if I was in her shoes, I would want to know.
Okay. Okay. So now you get back to Maui, and to your knowledge, immediately after was as far as you knew, Arielle limiting contact with Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Did she ever start to look for a new job?
Yes, right when we got to Maui, she was updating her CV and her LinkedIn profile and looking for jobs.
All right. At some point, did you start listening to some audiobooks and trying to get some advice about how to heal from this?
Yes.
And what did you learn from those books about what, was necessary if you guys were going to even have a chance at this?
Yeah. Listen to several books and talk to Bryant a lot, and there's a lot of different things that the books recommend. But the five main things are basically, the first is always to terminate the affair, obviously, and terminate all contact with other cheating spouse.
Okay.
And all the books talk about, and if this is something at your workplace, you need to quit your job or move departments or something like that, because it's something that's commonly happens between coworkers. And then the second thing is that the cheating spouse needs to put in the work to understand all of the damage that they've caused to the relationship, and because it's not immediately apparent, just how deep the trust issues are going to impact things, and potentially putting the family dynamics and the kids at risk and things like that, and all the different ways that you hurt your spouse. And
Okay.
so that was the second thing. The third thing is
Was there anything about privacy?
yeah. So one of the main things is actively rebuilding trust, and that means that you're going to have to proactively give up privacy and then also tolerate some invasion of privacy, meaning basically like you need to tolerate if your partner is saying like, hey, can I see your phone, for a sec and see who you're talking to, or hey, I can I see who you're emailing, so
Not get defensive.
and not get defensive. Yeah.
Okay. Now, and did you discuss those things with Arielle?
Yes.
Okay. And was she doing these things?
In the beginning, and then very inconsistently the rest of the month.
Very what?
Very inconsistently the rest of the month.
So she was kind of initially willing to do some of these things, but then seemed to become unwilling.
Yeah. So basically, it seemed like her whole attitude changed, really within a few days of us getting back to Maui.
Tell us about that.
She started minimizing the affair and trying to say that it wasn't like a big deal, and she started blaming me for the affair and just saying like, well, you caused some of these things, and some of the
Okay.
telling me some of the things that I was doing that potentially contributed her doing.
Was
doing the
she
affair.
open to your questions about, hey, let me see your phone, or who are you calling?
Like on and off, she would get defensive and get irritated at me, basically asking those things.
So when she was kind of now backing off of some of the things you guys initially had agreed to, did that cause you to kind of go into detective mode again and look into, try to obtain more information about the extent of her relationship?
Yeah.
Okay. And
Yeah.
what new information, if any, did you learn at that point?
I was trying to talk to her about the affair and just trying to get more details, because we didn't talk about it in detail in San Luis Obispo. We were just kind of talking about big picture. Are we going to stay together?
Okay.
Are we going to move
But
out?
she admitted
all
to
these
it, though,
things.
right?
Yeah, she admitted to it. And then later, a few weeks later, I was looking, and the two main things that I found out. Let me just back up. So I was trying to ask her more questions about the affair, and she wouldn't basically engage
Okay.
and answer questions. And so everything that I found out is I basically found out on my own. And I found out that when they were in South Africa on our phone bill, actually, there's records of them texting just through regular text, like up through past like 10 o'clock on that night that she never got back to me.
Okay.
And then again, like a 1-minute phone call at 5:30 the next morning, local time, and I was like, that seems odd. And then
Okay.
in that combined with in the work thread that they had on the WhatsApp, not the personal one, the work one, the next morning they're talking about work stuff, but then they're also talking about how they can barely stay awake and they're both so tired and
So that made
things.
you wonder.
Yeah, I just.
Okay, what
that
else did
made
you
me,
learn? What else new things did you learn?
concerned. And then the other thing was just the sheer scope of the number of deleted messages, because I saw that WhatsApp has a statistics area where you can go to for the app that shows you how many total messages have been sent or received since the last reset
So what did
of
you
the
see?
app, and she had deleted over 10,000 messages
Over-
during that time.
Over what period of time?
I'm assuming during,
Okay.
So the thread was created on June 4th, and I'm not sure when. She said that the affair started after the South Africa trip, is what she admitted to
Okay.
me. So it was either over 3 months or 6 months.
Okay, did you start doing some
But it's like,
rudimentary math
50
in your
to
head?
50 to 100, or like 60 to 120 messages a day.
Okay. During that time
if it's averaged throughout the whole day, and then
Okay.
19 hours of phone and video calls too.
Okay. This is probably a dumb question, but did that make you feel better or worse about the situation?
No, it made me feel worse, and I was just feeling worse about the whole situation overall, because it takes some time to kind of process all the emotions involved with it and realize all the implications of this. Yeah.
Let me
So
ask you this.
I was getting worse
The-
definitely in December.
The new information that you discovered, did you discuss it with her or try to?
I tried.
And how did that go?
She really wouldn't engage about anything with the affair. She kept saying like, "Stop asking me questions. You're it feels like you're asking me 21 questions, like, things like that."
after, this new information, and now it's kind of seems like it's regressing, her attitude, did you ever ask her to move out in December again?
I did. Yeah.
Tell us how many times
2 times.
and what happened.
So the first time was around the middle of the month, I just told her, like, you're not doing what you said you were going to do, which is to take accountability for your actions and to basically do whatever it takes to heal the marriage. At that point in time, she became very apologetic and said, "I'm so sorry. Like, you're right. Like,
Okay.
I'll do all those things." But
there-
again, that didn't last, and so.
Was there a
then
second time?
The second time was, and I remember the date because we had our first couples therapy session was scheduled for December 27th, and December 26th we got into a big argument about the same thing, and I ended up sleeping on the couch that night, and
Did you ask her to move out?
yeah, so I asked her to move out, and I ended up sleeping on the couch that night.
Okay. And again, okay, so
Yeah.
so when you would bring up moving out, then she would say, "Okay, I'm sorry," and then she would say she would recommit.
On the 26th, nothing was resolved that
Okay.
night. We just kind of got in a big argument, and I left and went to go sleep on the couch.
Now, were you having? I mean, again, probably a dumb question, but were you having a hard time with all of this?
Yes.
Did you? Could we pull up State's Exhibit S-105? That's in evidence, please, Mr. Dirks. Did you turn to any sources to try and help yourself? Get some advice, get some healing. We talked about the audiobooks. There was this exhibit about Reddit as one after infidelity. What is that about? Were you looking at this? And tell the jury why, if you were.
Yeah, no, it's just a thread about people that are struggling with finding out their spouses had cheated, basically,
Okay.
and advice and also just kind of sharing stories so you feel like you're not alone.
Were you trying to get to a point where you could feel okay? Gerhardt?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Was that what you're trying to do?
Yes.
Okay. In other words, you didn't rush straight to get out of here. I don't want to see you again. Kick you out of the house.
No, not at all.
Okay.
No.
But it was hard. Was it hard?
It was extremely hard, and
But you were the audiobooks, Reddit. You were trying to get to a good place. Is that right?
yes.
Okay, we can take that down. By the way, there was this mention about the word Darvo the other day by
Yes.
Inuma. What is? I mean, Did it come up on the Reddit thread?
It did.
And what is that about?
And I don't remember the acronym, but basically it was I came across it, and it's basically something that quite often happens, and so basically, the person that got caught having the affair, sometimes in the weeks after, they would try to turn the tide. So they would try to kind of take the spotlight off of them and move it to the other person, and basically say, like, "Wow, but but you did this and this,"
Okay.
And so it's
I think he said
a
something
fairly
like-
common thing that
Yeah.
people try to do to just try to
Become
deflect.
defensive.
Yeah.
I think it was like attack. I forget what, but basically, there was actually a term for it.
Yeah.
And from what you read, it's when the person who did the cheating tries to deflect and kind of turn it back on you.
Exactly.
Did that resonate with you when you learned about that
Yes.
term, Darvo?
Yes.
And why was that?
Because that's what she was doing. Like,
Okay.
so throughout December, it just felt like she was, minimizing what she had done, and then she started bringing up all these things about our relationship, other things.
Okay, and I'm going to get to that. The audiobooks, can we pull up Exhibit D 126, please? Did you both listen to an audiobook called How to Help My Spouse Heal from My Affair? Or How to Help Your Spouse
yes.
Heal from Your Affair? See that?
Yes.
And these are text messages between...
I'm sorry, what exhibit is this?
Sorry. D 126. I believe it's in evidence.
It is not.
It is...
Not.
1 second.
Take it down.
I apologize. So I did ask her about it. There was text messages between the two of you guys about an audiobook called How to Help My Spouse Heal from My Affair, correct?
Yes.
And is that something that a audiobook you both listened to in your efforts to try and get to a better place.
Yes.
Okay.
I know I listened to it, and she told me she did.
Now, you heard her testify that she told the detective that her interactions with Mr. Miller were some flirty texts. From what you saw back then and discovered, was that an accurate description of the extent of her relationship with Mr. Miller?
Not at all.
Proper impeachment. And
No, overruled.
prior inconsistent.
Understand. Overruled.
Let me ask that again. You had conversations with Arielle where she admitted to the affair, yes?
Yes.
You saw the communications that she had with Mr. Miller, correct?
Yes.
There was all this stuff you just talked about. You heard her say that when the detective asked her about it, she said there was no affair and she described it as flirty texts. From everything that you learned about this situation, was that an accurate description of what was going on between her and Mr. Miller?
No.
Objection calls for opinion.
Sustained. That's answer stricken.
Isn't that? I'm sorry, I apologize. That's not the same question I asked a second ago?
No.
Okay, let me think of what that last question was then. From what you, let me ask you this. I apologize. Let me ask you this way. From everything that you learned and you knew, was her relationship with Mr. Miller, can it accurately be described as just some flirty text?
No.
Objection.
Sustained.
From what everything you learned and knew, was all that was going on between them flirty texts?
Objection. Same objection.
Slightly different question. Overruled.
No.
Ms. Watake, whenever there's a convenient break, we'll take our
I think we're almost to a good place.
You just let me know.
Yeah, maybe 5-10 more minutes. Okay, if everyone's okay with that. Anybody okay? Okay. You know, we just talked about the audiobooks. Did she also admit in text messages to you that she had an affair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point, do you guys start counseling?
Yes.
And what did you want counseling to be about?
About the affair.
Okay. And what did counseling turn into?
Mostly other things in our relationship.
Okay.
Also a little bit about the affair, but mostly other things in the
Okay.
relationship.
This might be a good time for a break.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a 15-minute recess. Ms. McCallum can get you at 2:40. Leave your notebooks on the chair. All right.
You and Arielle were kind of reading to get, bouncing off each other, learning from. Did you guys text each other about it?
Yes.
And can you just look through this text and look through this document and let me know, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the text messages you guys are having back then related to some of the audiobooks you were listening to?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, move to admit 126.
Mr. Garner.
No objection.
What is your mark for identification as defendant's exhibit D-126 is received as evidence?
Mr. Dirks, could we please now publish the first page? So if we can blow up this top part here, how to help this one here, Mr. Dirks, please? Yeah. So one of the books that she was willing to listen to was called How to Help Your Spouse Heal from Your Affair, yes?
Yes.
All right, we can take that down. I was asking you about if she admitted to you in text message about a secret affair. May I approach with 125? Huh? Yeah, there. May I approach her?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to just quickly thumb through that and take a quick look at it. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the text messages between the two of you on December 9th about the affair?
Yes.
Your Honor, move to amendment 125.
Mr. O'Connor,
No objection.
what has been marked for identification as defendant's exhibit D-125 is received into evidence.
Can we, Mr. Dirks, publish it starting on the second page for now? Okay, can we blow up the top part? Just that first message, okay? So this, Gerhardt, was this a message that you sent her?
Yes.
You engaged and continued an elaborate secret affair instead of coming to me and asking to work on our relationship. And can we take that down? And then at the bottom there, Mr. Durst, can we blow up the response? And did she respond to you? If anything, I learned how stupid it was this time and know how to make sure it doesn't happen again. Is that what she texted you back?
Yes.
Okay, we can take that down. Now, Gerhardt, you mentioned starting counseling and how it was kind of, about the affair, but kind of turned out to be more about other things in your relationship. There was evidence the other day about this recording device. Did you purchase this audio recording device?
I did.
And why did you do it?
So, what was going on? Some of what was going on in December, and it kind of came to a head on that morning, right before our first counseling session.
Okay.
Is that she said that, basically she's so upset about other things going on in the relationship that she wasn't sure if she wanted to stay with me, and that. And then she kind of blurted out that Gianna thinks I'm a monster, and she had talked to her mom, and her mom also agrees that this isn't a big
And then
deal.
what
And
happened?
so I was really concerned and suspicious that she was basically lying to them and telling them a completely different version of what was going on in our relationship, and then also what the affair entailed.
Okay. And so the audio device was what?
So I was like, I have to catch her in a lie, basically. And so it was me like thinking like kind of like an engineer. How do I fix this? And I was like, I fix it by getting more evidence. And so so I bought that in the hopes of basically. So I was going to use it to record conversations that we would have, and then the two of us. And then if things weren't moving in the right direction, I can be like, listen, this is what you said. Listen, like this is what she's telling me, because if she's telling a different story to her mom Judy and to Gianna, then I could basically catch her in a lie.
Did you end up actually using it?
I tested it and figured out how to use it, and never actually used it for that purpose. We ended up not ever talking about the affair at home, and that was kind of one of the other things that she was able to do through therapy, is that we were not allowed to discuss the affair at home anymore.
Okay. And back at that time, were you just your head was kind of just spinning, and were you just trying to figure out how to get through it?
Yes.
Okay. So you start counseling, and you mentioned that you guys weren't talking about the affair at home anymore. And were you talking about it much at counseling? A little bit. So the counselor that we went to on Maui, the first couples counselor, it was fantastic, and it was in-person counseling, and she really listened to us both, and made us both feel hopeful, because she basically said, like, this isn't the end of the world, everything that I'm hearing, and as long as you guys are both committed to making this work, like, this is, we're going to get to a better place at the end of this. And so it felt very, very hopeful in that sense. Okay.
But the counseling sessions themselves were focused on other things,
Okay.
and then also on like general kind of relationship building things.
All right. So heading
in those
now,
first few months.
in February, heading towards March. Overall, how after you guys are in counseling for a little bit, and overall, how were things going?
Good, actually. I mean, I felt really hopeful, and in kind of hindsight, I would describe it as taking Tylenol when you're sick, right? It makes you feel better. It's not actually addressing the illness. It's not actually, you're not doing anything about the disease itself, but it felt better because we were learning, communication techniques. We were doing a bunch of exercises to kind of define what we wanted our relationship to be like at the end of this and things like that.
And you
We
weren't
were
really
also-
you mentioned not talking too much about the affair at home.
Yeah, and so we weren't allowed to talk about the affair at home either, so it kind of made home life easier
Okay.
in that sense too.
Let me ask you this: heading into March, were you still committed to trying to make this work?
Yes.
Heading into March, were you still hoping that you guys could work through it?
Yeah.
So now we're into March, and as we've learned, Arielle's birthday is in March. The trip to Oahu, how did it come up?
I have to schedule my vacation basically 1 year in advance. So we plan vacation as a group, and we have to cover a bunch of different sites and stuff. And so we have like a vacation lottery like a year in advance. And so I had the week off of her birthday already.
Oh, you had scheduled from before? You'd scheduled your vacation around her birthday?
Yes.
Okay.
And so I had the week off for her birthday. That's one of the weeks that I had gotten off, and I always do that. I try to get her birthday off and my birthday off and things like that. So I asked her, what do you want to do? And she said, well, we don't have to do anything, but I've never been to Oahu. I would like to go Oahu at some point. It doesn't have to be this trip, but
Okay, let me stop you there. So the concept of going on a staycation to Oahu was first floated by who?
by her.
Okay. But to be fair, she said, but we don't need to do it. I don't know if it's the right
Right.
time. And what did you say in response to that?
I said, there's no reason not to. I have the time off, and she could take the time off, and
Did you think it would be a healthy thing for you guys to do, given everything you've just been through the last couple of months?
yeah, I thought it was great. We had just been to California for a week with the kids, and that went really well. And so we had taken like a nice family trip, and it just seemed like it would be nice to take a couple's weekend away.
Had you forgotten about the affair and Mr. Miller or anything like that?
Not at all.
Okay. But you were still hopeful and working towards a better place.
Yes.
And you thought the trip might be a good part of that.
Yeah.
Okay. So she brings it up. She says maybe it doesn't have to be now, but you say, no, let's do it. And do you start to plan the trip?
Yeah, I do.
What day were you guys going to get to Oahu?
Sunday.
And what airline were you going to? Well, you flew over on an airline, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
From the Maui airport.
Yeah, I can't remember which airline.
But from the Maui airport.
Yeah, from Maui to Oahu.
Did you and Arielle check bags or carry on?
Just carry on.
Did you go through the TSA checkpoint with her and your carry-on bags?
Yes.
Were there any problems going through the TSA checkpoint?
Not at all. No, the bags weren't searched or anything.
You land on Oahu on Sunday now, I think you said?
Sunday morning.
Sunday morning. What was planned for the first day?
The first day, we were gonna do like a couples spa therapy, like a couples massage, at the hotel,
Okay.
and then just walk around Waikiki and shop and just kind of explore Waikiki.
And was that what you guys did?
Yes,
And how'd it go?
it went great. Yeah.
1 second, Your Honor. This is 172. Your Honor, may I approach with what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 172?
Yes.
Okay, I want to show you this. Gerhardt, you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that a photo of?
it's a photo of us at the hotel.
Okay, on the day, at the top it says March 23rd. Does this look like it was the day you guys got there?
Yeah, this is right after we got there.
Fair and accurate depiction of how you guys looked that day you got there?
Yes.
Your Honor, could I please move into evidence Defense 172?
Mr. Barner,
No objection.
was it marked for identification as Defendant's Exhibit 172 is received into evidence?
Could we please publish? Okay. Could we zoom in on the photo, Mr. Darks, please? Okay. So this is the day before March 24th, right?
Yes.
You guys had a good day? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Did you plan this trip on Oahu to try and kill your wife?
No.
Were you trying to do something nice for her birthday?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we can take that down. Let me also approach, please, or may I please approach with Exhibit D 173. Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you this. What is that a photograph of?
That's a photo of us in the hotel room.
Okay. On the 23rd of March.
Yes.
Is a fair and accurate depiction of how you guys looked the day before this incident?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I'd move to admit D 173.
Mr. Varner,
No objection.
move the mark for identification as Defendant's Exhibit D 173 is received into evidence.
May we please publish?
Yes.
Zoom in again. Is this the hotel room you guys are in?
Yes.
Okay, and it's the day before the hike, yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We can take that now. Did you go to dinner the first night?
Yes.
Second day you guys are going to be there. Were you planning on going on a hike?
Yes.
And why? Why a hike? How did that come up? Tell us about that. Is that something you guys would do often? Tell the jury about that, hiking.
Yeah. So we would hike often, and we would travel often too. So we pretty much wherever we went, we typically would hike at some point during the trip. And we weren't like crazy campers or anything like that. So we wouldn't do like a bunch of overnight things, but we like to do
Okay.
hikes. And she also wanted to see Oahu, and so I was looking for hikes that we could do that would kind of show the island.
Okay. And I'll get back to the particular hike and why you chose that one. But did Arielle enjoy hiking?
Yes,
Something you guys did all the time?
all the time.
Okay. I believe D 156 is in evidence. May I publish D 156, Your Honor?
Please.
Okay. Can we zoom in on that photo? So is that
Yeah, that's at Iao on Maui.
okay? And that's a hike you
It's
guys
like
would do.
it's like a secret hike behind the Iao monument that you can
Okay.
do if you know where it is.
Some steep cliffs here and there.
A lot of them, yeah.
Okay. All right, we can take that down. You know, there was testimony about how the hikes that day on the Palipuka Trail, it made her feel uncomfortable, Arielle. Had you guys been on hikes or activities before with equal or greater heights and cliffs?
Definitely,
Did you guys ever go bungee jumping?
we did.
Okay. Tell the jury about that, where that was and what that was like.
Yeah, so we got engaged in South Africa. We did a 2-week trip there and met a lot of my family and friends and did a lot of sightseeing and got engaged. And as part of that trip,
was the bungee jumping?
we went bungee jumping.
Yeah. Off of what?
It's called Blokran's Bridge. It's a bridge that spans a beautiful canyon in South Africa, and it's a 700-foot bungee jump. It's one of the tallest bungee jumps,
And-
one of the tallest commercial bungee jumps in the world.
And Arielle did that?
Yes.
Could we please also pull up Exhibit D 149? That's already in evidence. Let's let the clerk confirm it.
Please.
Okay, thank you. Would you guys go zip lining? Or
Yes.
have you gone zip lining?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Costa Rica.
That's in Costa Rica? Costa Rica?
Yes.
Okay. We can take that down. In your entire relationship, when you know there were, whether it would be bungee jumping, the hikes with steep cliffs, zip lining, had she ever expressed any concern about hikes before?
We are both very cautious people, and we stay safe, and so we don't end up going close to the edge. Our friend Gianna likes to go and
Okay.
pose for crazy pictures, and we didn't pose for the super crazy pictures, but we would always do the hikes and without any concern.
Okay.
As long
Even
as-
ones with steep drop offs.
Yes, for sure.
Okay. Now, there was testimony from Detective E. Numa about some of the searches you did on hikes. And first of all, there was some searches in there about Maui hikes. Why were you searching hikes about Maui in that early March time period?
I was looking for hikes on Oahu, and then while I was looking at hikes, I just started kind of looking at hikes that I had meant to look up in Maui too. We hiked a lot on Maui, and we had done all of the kind of the ones that are easier to find out about, and so we were talking to a bunch of people that are from Maui and getting recommendations for hikes. And so when I was looking up hikes, I was looking up some of the Maui hikes as well. I also looked up some hikes on Kauai that I'd heard about that I wanted to do in the future.
Did you also hike with Emil?
All the time.
Okay. On Maui?
On Maui, yeah. He loved hiking and jumping off waterfalls.
Okay. So you do the research. Do you come across the Palipuka hike?
Yes.
And what did you learn about it, and why did you choose that one? What were the things that made you choose that one over the other ones that you researched?
It just seemed like a really cool spot that you end up in, where there's this hole in the mountain you can look through and take pictures. The hike itself seemed fun because it provided a bunch of great views, but it was also kind of close to Waikiki, and it wasn't too long of a hike.
Why did it matter if it was really long or not?
We didn't want to spend the whole day out, so we were only going to be here from Sunday to Tuesday, and so Monday was our only the only day that we were here the whole day, and we wanted to hang out by the pool for
So
part
was
of
the
the
plan, go on this kind of shorter hike and then go hang out at the pool the rest of the day?
Yeah.
Did you also make a dinner reservation at
Yes.
Set
Yes.
for that night?
Yes.
Did you explain to Ari ahead of time that you had found this Palipuka hike?
Yes.
Did you tell her a little bit about it?
Yeah.
Did she object to it in any way?
No, not at all. She sounded excited.
Excuse me?
She sounded excited.
Okay, second day. Now, you said the plan was short hike, spend some time at the pool, go to dinner. Let's talk about that day. So that was that her birthday, we've heard?
Yes.
So you guys wake up, and already in evidence is States Exhibit 133. May we publish that, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Did you give her a birthday card that day?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, we're not going to read the whole thing, but did you mean the words you wrote in there?
I did.
Okay. Did you? We can take that down. Did you also get her a birthday present?
I did.
What did you get her?
It was a necklace, like a koa wood silver necklace.
Okay. You wake up. What do you do before heading out to the hike?
We had breakfast at the hotel, and then next door to the hotel was a bakery where we got some coffee and some pastries.
Okay. May I approach with D175?
Yes.
What is this a photo of? Well, do you recognize it?
Oh, that's Ari at breakfast at the hotel.
Okay. Is it a fair and accurate depiction of how she appeared on the day before you left for the hike?
Yes.
All right. Could we please admit D175 into evidence?
Mr. Gardner,
No objection.
what has been marked for identification as Defendant's Exhibit D175 is received as evidence.
Can we please publish? Okay. So this is a photo from that morning before the hike?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We can take that down. Thank you. Now, as you're, were you going to drive to the hike?
Yeah, we had a rental car.
Now, did you receive an email that morning that you shared with Arielle before the hike dealing with life insurance?
Yes.
So, first of all, let me ask you, let's back up a little bit. You talked about January, February, and you guys kind of get to this place where you're in counseling, and you guys decide you're going to be together, and you're working on it. Did there come a time when part of what you did during that time was assess the life insurance situation of you and Arielle?
Yeah. Yeah.
Tell the jury about that.
And really, it was pulling the trigger on life insurance. So I used to have life insurance in Pittsburgh through my employer, and didn't have life insurance when we moved to Maui, and it was always on the to-do list, and just got busy with life and other things. Originally looked into it the previous year, but never went so far as to contact the life insurance agent and actually go through with it. And in January, we were kind of working on big picture relationship things, and I was like, oh shoot, we still have to get life insurance.
Okay.
And so I talked to Ari, and we both applied for life insurance at the same time at the end of
Did
January.
you get the same amount?
No.
Why not?
The idea was that if one spouse would die, the other one would be able to continue on and live in the same house. And so it was, since I made significantly more money than she did, it was basically enough money that she could pay off the house if I would die.
So what so what was the plan in terms of the amount you were trying to get on your life for her?
1.5 million.
Okay. And then when you guys did the analysis of what, if something happened to her, you would still have your salary to pay for the house and whatnot.
That's right.
So what was the amount that was decided for her?
$250,000.
Okay. And the 1.5 million that you were trying to get on your life, was she the beneficiary?
Yes.
Okay. And vice versa?
Yes.
Okay. So 250 if something happened to her, but 1.5 million to her if something happened to you. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, when you went about securing the 1.5 million on your life for her, did it happen in two parts?
It did.
And so the first part was for how much?
1 million.
And when did that roughly get approved in relation to March 24th?
A few weeks before.
Okay. The morning of March 24th, did you receive an email about the other 500?
Yes.
And what was the email?
That policy had gone through, and I needed to DocuSign the final documents to make it effective.
And did you DocuSign it that morning?
Yeah.
Your Honor, can I approach with D116?
Yes.
Dr. Konig, I'm showing you D116. I want you to look at it, and there's a lot of pages to it, but just the first page. Tell me what is D116?
This is the email from AAA Life that is asking me to DocuSign the policy.
Okay, and what date and time did you receive? Well,
I received it on Monday, March 24th Monday, March 24th, 2025 at 8:02 a.m.
okay. And is this a fair and accurate depiction of the email and attachments you received on the morning of the hike?
Yes.
Your Honor, I ask to move it into evidence.
Mr. Konig,
No objection.
motion to mark for identification as defendant's exhibit D116 is received into evidence.
Could we please publish the first page, Mr. Dirks? Okay, so let's look at this, okay? So, Gerhardt, at the top it says, please DocuSign, it has your name, it has the AAA life insurance. I guess that's AAA. Is that who you did?
Yes.
Is that who you got your life insurance from?
Yes.
And the date there is March 24th, 8:02, is that right?
That's right.
And this was for the extra 500 you were adding on to the million of life insurance you got for her a few weeks before, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you discuss this additional 500 that went through with Ms. Konig, and that the email came in and you DocuSigned? Did you tell her about that before the hike on March 24th, 2025?
I did, because we were in the parking lot after the coffee shop, and I was on my phone. I was like, oh, you know what? My, the last of my life insurance just went through. They're asking me to DocuSign it, and so I was doing that.
All right, we can take that down.
Just want to let her know that I'm not like just texting or something, like, because we were out together. And,
Okay. So you were telling her what it was that you were looking at.
You're nodding your head, is that a yes?
yes.
Thank you.
And so, from that point on, if something happened to you and in an accident or whatnot, she would get $1.5 million, correct?
That's correct.
You guys drive up to the Poly Lookout after that?
Yes.
You get to the parking lot. Was it crowded when you got there?
It was.
Did you guys go? What did you guys do first after you parked?
We went to go. Actually, I think she went to the restroom first.
And the porta potty?
No, there's a bathroom.
Okay.
At the lookout.
Okay.
And then we went to the lookout.
You went to the lookout. Now, Ms. Konig testified about this thing about how it looked like they were hikers trying to find a trailhead, and then you said, oh wait, we want to be alone. Did that happen?
No.
How hard is it to find the trailhead?
It's not hard if you know where it is. It's not marked with a sign or anything, but it's right behind the bright blue porta potties, and there's a permanent rock wall, and it's like rock, like kind of almost like an altar right there. So if you know what to look for, it's really easy to find.
After looking at the lookout, did you guys start the hike?
Yes.
You head up the trail, and as you're heading up the trail, did you guys stop and take any photos?
Yes.
Okay, and can we, I believe S-131 is in evidence. Can we publish it? Let's just let the court confirm.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so is this a photo that was on right after you, kind of shortly before you, right when you started the hike? It was.
Yes.
And who posted that?
Ari did.
Okay. Okay, let's take that down. Now, you're continuing on the hike. What happens at some point? Well, did something happen that led to an argument?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened that led to an argument. Well, first of all, how far up into the hike was it?
Not very far. Just like 5 minutes. Like after about 5 minutes of hiking, you get to a part where it flattens out a bit, and the edge isn't, like, the cliffside isn't open, but there's a couple of spots where you can get to the cliffside if you wanted to. So we're kind of still in that area, the same area that picture was taken.
Okay.
And Ari says, "Hey, I need to talk to you about something. I'm working on this project with Jeff Miller, and I'm gonna need to travel with him again, and I need you to be okay with that. Is that okay?"
Okay. And so she was kind of telling you, like, hey, there's just things at work going on. I need you to be okay with this. And asking you to trust her.
Yes.
Okay. And again, you mentioned you guys weren't talking about the affair at home anymore because of counseling, correct?
That's correct.
And you guys weren't talking about it in counseling a lot at that time?
We hadn't gotten to
That.
kind of the core of it yet.
So she brings this up. What is your reaction to it?
I'm very surprised, yeah.
Were you upset and angry?
I wasn't angry. I was surprised and upset, and I told her no. Like, I'm not okay with that. And not only am I not okay with that, like, I'm never going to be okay with that. Like, we haven't dealt with that part. Like, the only reason why I was okay with her still even working there is because we had placed these limits on their communication. But in my mind, like, she still needed at some point to quit her job, and this was only put on hold while we were trying to deal with all these other things. She basically said, like, well, I can't quit my job right now because I don't even know if I want to stay with you. So we were dealing with, like, the issues that she brought up first, but it's not like any of the affair had been resolved at all. Like, it had just kind of been put on hold. And so
how did you feel that she would even think that this would even be okay?
Yeah, I mean, it made me realize that we were just not on the same page at all in terms of, like, here I am just kind of like sublimating my feelings and focusing on her hurt and waiting patiently for her to do the same to me. And this made me feel like she wasn't intending on doing that ever.
So what did you say back to her? Were you guys kind of arguing about it?
Yeah, we were for sure arguing.
Okay, and then so what did you say anything to her?
I just said,
out?
Yeah, I said, like I need you to move out. Like, this has gone far enough. I need you to move out, and I'm going to tell people why you're moving out, and I'm going to show them what you did, because, like, unless you face this and unless you take full accountability for this, like, we're never going to get through this.
So and that was, like, after you guys had been kind of arguing for
Yes.
a while about. I mean, an argument starts. You guys are arguing. You're telling her no. You're telling her all these things.
Yeah, I mean, the argument developed more slowly than what just happened, and there was other things said too. But that's
how it culminated with you telling her, well, if that's the case, if that's how you feel, you got to move on.
Yes.
Okay. What did she say anything to you about her mom and Gianna?
She did. So, like, earlier in the conversation, she had be like, "Well, what if my mom chaperones my work trips with him?" And I was like, "No, like, I'm still not okay with that. Like, and that's not a long-term viable solution." And then later in the argument, when things kind of got heated, she was like, "Well, actually, my mom just said that she'll chaperone the trip, and she thinks Jeff is interesting and can't wait to meet him." And I'm like, "You're obviously telling them a whole different version of what happened than me."
So in the argument, in her effort to say for you to be okay with it and go on the trip, she said, "Well, what if my mom chaperones me?"
Yes.
Okay. after, it comes to this point in the argument where you say, well, you know what, you got to move out there. I'm going to tell everybody what you did. I mean, it was a pretty, it got to kind of it was not a good conversation, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Okay, so what did you do next?
I stomped off. I just stomped off up the trail. And this was a point where we were both really kind of just upset with each other. And I went one way and she went the other way.
How far up did you go?
5 to 10 minutes.
Okay. Why did you turn around?
I was kind of at a loss of not kind of a loss. I was I just didn't want to be there. Like
Did it make sense for you to keep going on this hike?
no. I like 5 to 10 minutes in, I was like realizing kind of where I was, and I was like, I don't want to be here. I want to go home and like start dealing with what we need to deal with. I don't want to, I got to the point where it opens up and it's like these beautiful views, and I'm like there by myself and
Okay.
upset, and I was like, I don't want to be on this hike by myself, upset, and I don't want to do this hike. I'm going to come back and do this hike at a different time when I'm happy. I was really looking forward to doing the hike.
When you headed back down, were you expecting Arielle to be where you had left her?
No,
Where were you expecting her to be?
I thought she went to the car because I saw her head down the trail.
And there was testimony that when she said when you got there, you said, "Oh, you're still here." Did you
Yeah.
say that to her?
Yes,
And is that because you assumed she had gone back to the parking lot?
yes.
How far away from the parking lot were you guys when this argument started?
Like 5 minutes
Okay.
or less, probably. Yeah.
Okay. Now you get back. What is her demeanor and behavior like now?
Like a 180 reversal, basically. So she was like extremely apologetic, and said, basically, I'm so sorry. You're right. Like, I need to take accountability and like, let's just, not ruin the day. I don't want to ruin the day. I don't want to ruin our trip. And let's keep talking about this in therapy.
Okay.
And she said like, I won't travel with Jeff.
Did you guys end up taking a selfie?
Yeah. First she was like, again, like almost manic, like super happy, and was trying to basically, get me to be in a better mood. And she was like, I'm gonna climb this tree, take pictures of me in this tree. And so she handed me her phone, and I took some pictures of her in the tree. And then after that, she said, let's take a selfie by the cliff's edge.
That was her idea.
Yes,
Okay. Did you guys take one?
we did.
And what happened after that?
Right after the selfie, I just remember kind of staying at the edge there and looking over the edge and just kind of still in thought about everything that had just happened and what's going on. And then I felt like a shove,
Okay.
and I was almost pushed over the edge.
Okay. You felt a shove. Okay. Who shoved you?
Ari did.
What did you do right after that?
Barely caught myself and turned around and looked at her and was like, what the fuck was that? Like,
Okay. Turn around and it was like what like was like kind of in shock, like what the fuck was that?
yes.
Okay. And then did you move towards her?
Yeah, I did. I was like just asking her like, what was that? And started walking towards her.
Okay.
Because at this point she was like 5 or 10 feet away from me.
Okay. So you walk towards her, and you mentioned when you're walking towards her, where were your hands?
Out.
Okay. Now, did you get close to her?
Yes, eventually, yeah. Well,
And by the way, when you start walking towards her, is she saying anything?
not initially, but I turn around and I'm asking her like, what the hell's, what the fuck just happened and what's going on? And as I'm starting to walk towards her, she starts yelling.
She starts yelling.
Yeah, help me, help me.
Okay. And then what happens?
And then I just keep walking to her like, what are you doing?
Were you
And I
telling
get-
her like, why are you screaming?
Yeah, what are you doing? And I get to her and I'm like, touching her, just putting my hands on her arms, and I was like, what are you doing? What's going on?
What happens then?
She keeps yelling, and she kind of grabs my wrists and throws herself on the ground and pulls me down with her.
So now you guys are on the ground?
Yes.
Okay. When you're on the ground, what starts to happen?
She's holding on to me, and I'm trying to I'm trying to figure out what's going on, but I'm also at this point trying to let go of, like, trying to get free because she's like actively holding on
What
to me.
was she
Like
doing
she
with
has
her
her,
legs?
she has her leg like wrapped around one of my legs and like is actively holding on to me and is yelling. And so I'm trying to, get free, and I get my one arm free, and I try to use it to get my other arm free, and she grabs me by the testicles. And
Okay, let me stop you there. Did you ever, in the course of this whole thing you described so far, ever try to pull her towards, push her off, or drag her towards the cliff's edge?
no, not at all.
Okay. So you guys you're on the ground. She's kind of holding on to you. You guys are. Would you just kind of like a scuffle going on?
Yes,
Okay. And her legs wrapped around you.
yes,
You mentioned we got right up to the point where you said she grabbed your testicles. Is that right?
yes.
How hard did she grab it?
I mean, this was like
Pretty hard.
she like was holding on to me by my testicles, basically, like that hard.
Okay. Did she grab it and let go, or did she grab it and hold on?
She grabbed it and held on.
Now, what happens after she does that?
Then I try to free my testicles, and so I'm like thrashing with and I get both hands free, and I'm trying to get her to let go of my testicles, and then she hits me with a rock on the side of the face.
Okay. So she's holding on to your testicles. You're kind of focused on that, obviously, and then at some point while you're focused on that, you
And it happened all really fast.
Yeah.
But yeah,
That's
I mean,
I'm glad you raised that up. Was this like happening slowly, where you had
it
time
all
to
happened within probably less than a minute, maybe
quickly?
slightly more than a minute, but I mean, 2
I mean,
minutes or something.
yeah, but you weren't timing it.
From the moment that like we were on the ground and she was grabbing my testicles was like
It happened quickly.
everything after the grabbing of the testicles happened very quickly.
Okay. And you weren't timing it or anything.
No.
This is just your estimate. Okay. So now she's holding on to you. She's squeezing your testicles, and you kind of dealing with that. And she's on the ground, and you're kind of on top of her.
Yes.
Okay. And you said then you felt you got hit with the rock.
Yes.
Where'd you get hit?
On the left side of my face.
How many times?
She kept doing it. The first blow she landed really well, and after that I was able to block
Okay.
fairly well. She did like land a couple more, but not
Okay.
as bad as the first one.
So she still got your testicles?
Yeah, so she's like holding my testicle and just like
Okay.
hitting me like this.
And now do you stop dealing with your
I'm
testicles?
just
and you-
focused on the rock at this point.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Did it hurt when you got hit with the rock?
you did.
Could we publish what's in evidence as Exhibit D30, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Gerhardt, is this where you got hit with the rock?
Yes,
That area? Is that the area?
yes.
All right. We can take that down. Now, you get hit with the rock. Explain to the jury what happens next and why.
I was able to wrestle the rock out of her hand.
Does she still have your testicles?
Yes,
Still squeezing them?
yes.
What
And
do you do?
I was able to like. So we're like she's hitting me and I'm like blocking, and then I start like, and I get
Is
her
there a
wrist.
scuffle over the rock?
Yes.
Is it near her face?
Yes. I mean,
Okay.
it's yeah, it's
And then what
right.
happens?
And I finally get the rock.
What'd you do?
I hit her with the rock.
How many times do you think you hit her?
I hit her 2 times.
And when you did, was she still holding on to your testicles?
Yes.
At least initially?
Yes.
Why did you hit her? Why did you react that way?
Just on instinct to defend myself.
Okay. How fast was this all happening? Pretty fast?
Really fast.
Okay. In between when she hit you with the rock and in between the time she hit you with the rock and when you hit her with the rock, were you able to safely retreat and get away from her?
No.
Yeah. Why not?
She was holding on to me.
including your testicles?
Yes.
Did you hit her in the face or the eye with the rock?
No.
Where you said 2 times. Where did you hit her?
On the side of the head.
Okay. So we've seen these photos of the stellate laceration. You caused that by hitting her, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you continue to hit her after those 2 hits?
No.
And why not?
Because she stopped fighting. She let go of my testicles, and I was
Okay.
able to stand up.
And then you stopped.
Yes.
You know, there was testimony about the 2 witnesses. Did you stop hitting her because the witnesses showed up?
No. I didn't know that they were there until after I stood up.
Okay. Did you see blood?
Yes.
Was there a lot of blood?
There was a lot of blood.
Did you see her kind of scoot down towards the witnesses?
Yes.
Did you try to stop her in any way?
No.
You let her get to them.
Yes.
Did you hear her yelling to the witnesses, he's trying to kill me?
Yes.
Gerhardt, did you have any syringes on the mountain that day?
No.
Did you try to poke her or stab her with any syringes?
No.
Okay. Now, Gerhardt, she scoots away. She's now with the 2 witnesses. You see a lot of blood. What do you physically do next?
I'm just in a daze, and I just kind of watch her crawl away and then leave with the other 2 hikers.
Excuse me? Okay, she got the hikers. What do you do next? Was her bag and your bag there?
Yeah, so I just kind of reflexively gathered up all of our stuff, and then I start walking up the trail.
Let me ask you this. At this point, immediately following what just happened, you saw, you guys had this scuffle. You saw a lot of blood. What was your state of mind and emotional state like right now, right at this point that we're at?
Severe emotional distress.
How did you feel at that time about the fact that you had responded and defended
Horrible.
yourself? Let me finish the
Horrible.
question.
Sorry.
How did you feel about the fact that even though you say it was, you were defending yourself, how did you feel about that she was bleeding?
I felt horrible.
Okay. Did you ever plan on hurting her that day?
No.
Did you ever want to hurt her that day?
No.
You reacted to defend yourself in the heat of that moment. You said yes?
Yes.
But did you still feel bad about it?
Yes.
You mentioned that you were in some kind of extreme emotional distress, I think you said. Okay.
Yes.
Did you become, at some point after that, suicidal?
Yes.
Why? Tell the jury why. To the best of your understanding.
I just felt hopeless at that point in terms of everything. Like I felt horrified about what I did to her, like that I caused this to her, that I had resorted to violence against my wife, the person who I loved the most in the world, and just kind of felt hopeless in terms of our relationship too.
Okay. And that being said, I mean, in that moment, were you defending yourself when you reacted that way?
Yes.
Objection cumulative.
Yes.
What did you do next? Now you're heading up the hill. What do you do next?
I just kind of kept walking up and kind of got to the same place that I had made it the last time, where the trail opens up and you're finally on the ridge, and
Were you thinking about jumping?
I'd already decided. I decided to jump, and kind of last second was made the decision to call Emil just to say goodbye.
Okay. So this incident happens. You talked about the emotional state you were in. Did you believe your marriage was over?
Yes.
Did you believe, you heard her yelling to the other people that he's trying to kill me?
Yes.
You saw how bloody she was?
Yes.
Did you believe that your career could be over?
Yes.
Did you, you became suicidal. Who's the one person in the world you wanted to call
My son, Emil.
before you jumped?
Yes.
Were you in a good state of mind when you made that call?
No.
How do you feel about the fact that you put him in that position and made that call to him?
So many feelings because he saved my life that day.
How so? Convinced you not to jump?
He saved my life that day, but I put him in this position where he is now, where he thinks I tried to kill her. And for the last year, he's thought that. And
I heard him yesterday only refer to you as the defendant and not as dad.
yes.
Do you blame him? Sorry, one second.
We'll take a break.
No, I don't blame him. I had such good intentions of calling him, but
In the sense that you wanted to say goodbye.
I wanted just to say goodbye and tell him how he's an amazing person and he should live his life to the fullest. And
Okay. Okay. Let me stop you there. Okay.
Okay.
Let's talk a little more specifics about the call. Okay. First of all, where were you when you faced? Well, was it a FaceTime?
it was FaceTime, yes.
Okay. Where were you when you did this FaceTime call?
It was in a spot where the trail wasn't right next to the cliff edge, because the cliff edge at that point wasn't really an edge. It was like a 10-foot kind of sloped part, and then the edge. And so I was basically between the cliff edge and the trail, kind of hanging on to the side of the mountain.
Was it a pretty kind of steepish area?
Yeah, very steep.
And were you kind of like on the side of the mountain?
Mm-hmm.
So you gotta.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. And so just to be clear, the place you FaceTimed him from, was that the place that the incident took place?
No.
Okay. On the FaceTime, would it have looked like you were on kind of the edge of a mountain?
Yes.
Were you on speakerphone?
Yes.
I mean, like holding it where he could see your face?
Yes.
Now,
And I showed him the view and where I was. Like,
there was testimony from police officers that it was a windy day and notoriously windy area. Do you recall it being pretty windy that day?
it was windy. Yeah, up there.
So you're on the side of a cliff, mountain. You have him on speaker on FaceTime. It's windy. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You were extremely emotional at that time?
Yes.
Okay. So that's the context of this phone call, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell him that Arielle you were calling him to say goodbye, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Was your purpose to explain to him every last detail of what happened?
No.
Okay. But you did tell him several things, right?
Yes.
Did you tell him that Arielle had been having an affair?
I did.
Okay. Did you tell him that, she got hurt, her head was bleeding?
Yeah. After he asked about the blood on my shirt.
Now, did the word kill come up in the conversation?
It probably did.
What do you recall explaining to him about that?
I don't recall explaining. The one thing I can think of is that I said that she said I tried to kill her.
Okay. So let's break back that up.
Yeah.
So you told him that the blood was hers, yes?
Yes.
And you're telling him that you're going to jump.
And yes.
Okay. And did you tell him something about? We're going to get to the part about the police, but you're telling him about how you're going to jump, and you were saying you heard her say to the witnesses, he tried to kill me. Okay. Were you explaining to that to email?
No. So
What
I
were you
was
saying?
I was talking to myself at the same time too, and I was basically saying like, because I remember saying like, wow, this is like so hard because turns out killing yourself is a hard thing to do once you actually like go and do it.
Okay.
And so I was like talking to him about like saying goodbye and she had an affair and those things, but then I was also kind of like talking to myself and I think I was saying to myself like, she said I tried to kill her. She said I tried to kill her.
Okay. Were you confessing to him that you were trying to kill Ari that day?
No.
Okay. Did you have an intention to kill Ari that day?
No.
Okay. Would you have said it that way? I tried to kill Ari that day.
No.
Okay. But you don't dispute that the word kill probably came up.
No.
Okay. And can you understand how Emil in that conversation could have got that impression?
Yes.
Okay. So what else happens in this first call? What do you mean when you say he tried to convince you not to jump?
He just and I mean, to his credit, I mean he just reminded me that I had a choice basically.
Okay. Reminded me to have a choice.
Yeah. Because he
So-
said like, you know, do you really have to do this?
After that, he got off the phone with him? He didn't jump, right?
No.
Okay. There was a second call an hour later,
Yes.
and he testified that he was at his Ari's parents' house. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during that call, did he tell you what he told to Ari's parents?
Yes.
What did he tell you that he told Ari's parents?
He said, well, yeah, he said, I told them that you tried to kill Ari.
And what was your reaction to that?
I was like, why would you say that? And
'Cause
then,
you didn't mean that in the first call?
right.
Okay, so you're telling him why
And
did
I
you
didn't,
tell him?
at that point I was like so confused at why he would say that.
Okay. And then what did you say to him after that?
And then I said, I gotta go, I gotta get off the phone.
And did you say to him, because you were going to kill yourself again?
Yes.
Did you say to him,
I said, I never mind, I gotta think about this. I'm probably gonna kill myself.
okay. Did you say something to him about, I got to go so the police won't find me?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you mean by that? Why were you trying to avoid the police?
I didn't want my choice of killing myself taken away at that time until I had made the decision to either do it or not.
Okay. While you were still deciding if you were going to kill yourself, you didn't want to be seized by the police.
That's correct.
Because once they seize you, you wouldn't be able to kill yourself.
Yes.
Okay. After the second call, what did you do?
I just stayed on the mountain, kind of in the same general area.
Okay. Were you actively moving around, dodging the investigators?
Not really. I moved around a few times, but I mostly just sat and actually like was in and out of sleep most of the day. If like my recollection was that like a couple of hours had passed, and then I realized what time it was,
Okay.
and it was getting.
Let me ask you this.
getting
There's
dark.
been some talk about Arielle's bag. Did you initially have the bag?
I did.
What'd you do? What happened to the bag?
I honestly don't remember where I left. I must have left it at some point
Okay.
on the mountain
As you were
during that time.
During that time. Okay. Now, your bag that you had with you.
Yes.
What did you use that bag for?
It's a little crossbody Patagonia bag, and it's the bag that I take to work, to and from work and home every day.
Okay. You mentioned walking to work. Do you walk to work?
Not every day, but often, yes.
And when you do walk to work, you bring that bag.
When I walk to work and when I don't walk to work too. So this is the bag that I take into the hospital with me, and it has like my water bottle for the day, my sunglasses, snacks, paperwork for work.
Okay. You mentioned paperwork and sometimes pens.
and yeah.
Okay.
Not sometimes pen, always a pen.
Okay.
I that's like the one thing I have to leave in my house with because I'm writing all day long, recording all the cases that I do.
Did you end up taking the SIM card out of your phone?
I did
How did you remove it?
with the paperclip.
Now, you end up. You said it seemed like a couple of hours, but obviously it was longer than that.
Yes.
Right? At some point, do you come down off the mountain?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you do that? Tell the jury why you did that.
I decided I wasn't going to kill myself, and then I realized that it was going to be dark soon, and so I decided to turn myself in.
Okay. And so you actually came off the mountain when the sun was still out? I mean,
Yes.
when it was still lit?
It was still lit. Yeah, it was still light outside.
And that was to turn yourself in.
Yeah.
'Cause if you didn't want to be caught, what would you have done?
Kept hiding until dark, and
Okay. So you come down, and there was talk about you walking, down the road when the 3 officers got there.
yes.
And were you trying to flee from them?
No.
Okay, so explain that to the jury. What happens when they pull up to you?
So I was walking down the road, and I was on in the little grassy area between the road and the
The one that was on the photograph,
bushes.
that one was like that little
yeah.
grassy area.
And I heard a car behind me, and I looked, and it was like a minivan, and I just thought it's like tourists coming back from the Poly, and I was like, wow, I can't believe there's still tourists at the Poly. And so I just looked at it briefly, and then kept walking, but then the car stopped, kind of opposite me.
Okay, and what happened?
And I saw these 2 huge guys jump out of it, and they're both dressed the same, and I could see a police badge on the one.
Let me
that's
stop you there. So you
closer
knew
to
they
me.
were police.
Yeah, immediately.
Okay, and so what happens then?
They yell, "Please get down on the ground."
What'd you do?
I lay down on the ground, like
Now, what did they
on
do?
the grass, in the grassy area.
What did they do?
They ran over to me and held me down and struck me several times
Okay.
and handcuffed me.
Okay. Did you fall on your face with the officer falling on you in that transaction or interaction?
No officer fell on me at all during the entire thing, and I did not fall on my face.
Did they hit or punch you in the face?
No.
But they did, as they testified, strike you a couple of times?
Yes.
In where?
And my ribs and like my upper legs, like thighs.
Okay. So, after this moment, now you're arrested. Did you have injuries from that whole day?
Yes.
Okay, we talked about the injury to the side of your face.
Yes.
What other injuries did you have after you were arrested?
Just my ribs.
Okay. Did you have any bite marks on your arm?
No.
Did you have any scratch marks on your face or body?
No.
And HPD photographed your injuries?
Yes.
Okay. Now, some additional questions, and we're getting close to the end of my examination, Gerhardt. I know it's been a long day. Your work bag on Maui. Well, let me ask you this before I go there. The bag that you had on,
Yes.
on the hike, did you see the big blood stain on the back of your shirt?
Yes.
What was that from?
It's from the bag
Okay,
that I was.
Explain that.
So during the scuffle, my bag, I was holding both bags. I put both bags down to take the selfie, and I had both bags again.
Why did you have her bag?
Because she had given it to me when she was climbing up on
Okay.
the tree. And then
The scuffle happened.
the scuffle happens, and my bag both bags, went flying basically, but my bag must have been right by her head, because after she left, when I picked my bag up, there was a bunch of blood on the
Okay.
back of it.
And then you put the bag on your back, and that's
Yes.
how the blood got on your shirt?
Yes.
Okay. Now, your work bag. You're an anesthesiologist, correct?
Yes.
And you, that work bag was always on Maui, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you work in more than one location?
Yes.
And Why did you have medications and syringes in that bag?
That's the bag that I use in the operating room every day, and I have medications in it that I use for work. Most of the medications that are in there are used for emergencies when I'm on call.
Okay, let me ask you about that. When you're on call, do you sometimes have to, you're at home and you have to rush in to a different, is it always the same location?
Yeah, so when we're on call, we're always on call for the hospital. So
Okay.
I work at several locations, but all of the call shifts are for the hospital, really close to my house. And so I can take call from home. Oftentimes I'm in scrubs already, and I have this work bag either right by the door or in the car. That way I can respond directly to either the emergency room or to labor and delivery or to the operating room without having to go to my locker.
Okay. Could we please publish State's Exhibit 94? Your Honor, I believe it's in evidence. One second while you double check.
I believe it is as well.
Okay?
Yes, you can proceed.
Okay, so this was, testimony was this was in a bag. Just a couple of things. So like, what is this? What is this?
Those are bags of saline. The one on the left is still sealed, and the one on the right has medication in it.
Okay. And this is a stethoscope, is that right?
Yes.
What is this thing up here? This and that?
Oral airways for emergencies and elective surgery.
Okay. These are all stuff that you had at home regularly when you were either on call or depending on where you were going to work.
Yeah, I had. I mean, this is everything that's usually in my bag, and it's everything that I would need to respond to different emergencies.
Okay. Could we please also publish State's Exhibit 103? That's also in evidence. Okay. Is that your? This was also in your bag, according to them. Is that your work ID?
Yes.
Okay. The last shift you had before this trip, we can take that down. Where had you been working?
At the hospital,
Okay. Do you remember in what unit?
labor and delivery.
Okay. So after that shift, would it be normal for you to have that bag?
Yes,
Okay. Why is that?
because I keep the bag with me for the entire shift. It's a 24-hour shift. I start at 7 a.m. and I keep going until 7 a.m. the next day. And so when my shift ends, unless I'm actively at the hospital taking care of something there, I'm at home when my shift ends. And so I was at home when my shift ended that day, and that's why I had the bag with me.
Oh, you're at home because you're on call.
Yes.
Okay. Now, prior to this trip to Oahu, did Arielle know about this bag and the fact that you had medication syringes in it?
Absolutely. I've had it at home often.
Okay. Now, just a few last questions, Gerhardt. You know, you testified that you reacted to defend yourself when she had hit you with the rock, and it's all happening fast, and she has your testicles, you grab and you hit her, and it was all happening fast. So you were defending yourself in that moment, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you stop as soon as she stopped?
Yes.
Okay. But you also said you felt horrible about it.
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury how those things can coexist?
It's you know, I believe in the right to self-defense, right? But I mean, in the moment, it was kind of an impulse. It wasn't like a conscious, like, I'm going to analyze this from like a legal perspective. It was, but yet the result of it was harm to my wife.
Okay. How do you feel about that? That she's got hurt.
Horrible.
You've learned that she is filing for divorce and seeking full custody of your children, yes?
Yes.
Do you want joint custody?
Yes. More than any. That's.
Okay. And there's been testimony that you've been in custody, yes?
Yes.
Have you been able to speak with your 2 young boys from jail?
No.
Gerhardt, did you have a plan to kill your wife on the mountain that day?
No.
Did you try to throw her off a cliff?
No.
Did you try to stab her with syringes?
No.
When you hit her with the rock twice, why did you do it?
In self-defense.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Mr. Barnard, you may take-
Good morning.
Good morning.
On March 24th, 2025, you were married to Arielle Konig, correct, Dr. Konig?
Yes.
You and Arielle got married in 2018, is that right?
Yes.
You dated for 1 or 2 years before getting married, correct?
Yes.
When you met Arielle, you were working as an anesthesiologist in Pittsburgh, right?
Yes.
And yesterday you described what anesthesiology is, correct?
Yes.
You used very technical terms, right?
Yes.
Maybe the more plain term is that you are the one who puts people to sleep before an operation, correct?
That's what people typically call it, yes.
It's not actually sleep, right?
It's not actually sleep, right?
But you're the one that essentially puts them out, and then after the operation, they wake up again, right?
Yeah. That's
Anesthesiology
part
is
of
a
it.
very specialized field of medicine, correct?
Yes.
You decide.
1 second. Could you just put the mic closer and keep your voice up? So everybody can hear. Thank you.
Okay. You decide how much of each anesthesia drug to give a patient, correct?
Yes.
You give too little of the drug, and it's possible the patient could wake up during the surgery, right?
Yes.
You give too much, and the patient could never wake up at all. Is that right?
That's correct.
Ultimately, you're the one with that control, right?
Yes.
Now, you first became an anesthesiologist in Pittsburgh, again, right?
Yes.
And you testified yesterday that money is the main reason you moved to Pittsburgh, correct?
No.
Objection misstates his testimony.
Overall, answer stands.
Sorry. You testified that the cost of living in Pittsburgh was very important to you, correct?
Yes.
And money is very important to you, right?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Your testimony today is that money is not important to you.
Not very important to me.
Not very important. Okay. Now, while you were dating Arielle in Pittsburgh and eventually married to her, right?
Yes.
Okay. She went to graduate school while you guys were in Pittsburgh, correct?
That's right.
And she ended up working in the nuclear engineering field, correct?
She was working in that field when I met her.
And then near the end of 2022, you and Arielle decide to move to Oahu, right?
To Maui.
I'm sorry, Maui. And you moved and you closed on a house at 19 Pu'uehu Place on December 14th, 2022. Is that right?
I don't remember the exact date, but it was around that time, yeah.
The sale price of that house was $1.5 million, correct?
That's right.
And together you and Arielle had a down payment of $300,000, correct?
That's right.
And when you moved to Maui, you had a job lined up, right?
Yes.
That was at TAMG, correct?
Yes.
And TAMG is a group of anesthesiologists that provide services to all the different hospitals on Maui, correct?
The one hospital and surgery centers and some outpatient clinics.
And actually on the island of Maui, TAMG is the only provider of anesthesia services, correct?
We're the only big group of anesthesiologists. There's some independent anesthesiologists and I believe one CRNA that flies over to sometimes work at a plastic surgery outpatient center.
TAMG is the biggest group in town, right?
Yes.
And because of that, TAMG can set the prices, right?
No. We just went through contract renegotiation with the hospital, and we had to use research, based on salaries across the United States in comparable locations.
And that salary got you to your salary was then end up being between $500 and $6,000 per year. $506,000 per year, correct?
I never got to work under that contract for a full year. When I moved there, we were making between $300,000 and $400,000 a year.
Okay, so you were making $300,000 to $400,000 a year while you were after you moved to Maui from January 2023 to December 2024.
Yes, that's correct.
And Arielle found a contract position working remotely for a company called TerraPower. Is that right?
Yes.
Arielle made less than $200,000 per year, correct?
Yes.
You made substantially more money than Arielle, right?
Yes.
Okay. On March 24th, 2025, you and Arielle came to, or were on Oahu, correct?
Yes.
And you came to Oahu because it was Arielle's birthday weekend, is that right?
That's right.
And Arielle's birthday is actually March 24th, correct?
Yes.
You bought the airline tickets for the trip, correct?
Yes.
And of course you bought round trip tickets, right?
Yes.
So you were scheduled to go back to Maui on March 25th, 2025, correct?
Yes.
You booked the hotel for the weekend trip, correct?
I did.
You sent spa information to Arielle before the trip, right?
Yes.
And then you booked the spa, correct?
Yes.
You did not send Arielle electronically any information about the Palipuka hike, isn't that correct?
I don't think I did.
We're going to go back in time a little bit, Dr. Konig. So yesterday you testified that you started to become suspicious of Arielle in October 2024. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Some red flag behavior in like late September probably, but it was probably mostly in October when I got really suspicious.
Well, you testified yesterday that you only became suspicious in October after you heard a phone call. Isn't that right?
Specifically about Jeff Miller. But I was suspicious about her phone behavior prior to that Kauai trip in October.
And once you became suspicious, you went into what you called detective mode. Is that right?
Eventually.
Detective mode for you started with logging into Arielle's WhatsApp account, correct?
No. Detective mode started with me asking her why she's on her phone all the time.
And you logged into Arielle's WhatsApp account, correct?
Eventually.
And you would watch the messages every day, right?
I watched them for 48 hours.
You watched these messages as they were being sent, correct?
Some of them if I was at the computer when they arrived.
And the laptop that we've all seen in this so far, States Exhibit 240, I'll put it up on the screen.
Is in evidence.
Yes. Okay. Dr. Konig, this is your laptop, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you logged into Arielle's WhatsApp from this laptop, correct?
Yes.
And you saw the messages between Jeff Miller and your wife, correct?
I did.
You downloaded those messages, correct?
Yes. Not from the laptop. I downloaded the messages from her phone, and then I saved some screenshots on the laptop.
We're going to publish now States 118, which is already in evidence. Okay, we have States 118 on the screen, Doctor. This is an email you sent to Bryant Bunting, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the first attachment to this email is called Screen Time and Deleted Messages, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to go to page 2. This is the first page of that Word document, right?
Yes.
This is the Word document you created while in detective mode, right?
Yes.
And in this document, that picture at the top, and I'll zoom in, that's the screen of Arielle's phone, correct?
Yes.
You logged into Arielle's phone to take that picture, correct?
Yes.
You entered the passcode into her phone, right?
Yes.
You opened the application to show the screen time, right?
Yes.
And then you took this photo.
Yes, I did.
And then you wrote your thoughts underneath. Isn't that right?
Yeah, I took notes.
You took notes, as you would do in detective mode, right?
Yeah.
Your first notes were calculating the number of hours she spent on the WhatsApp app, correct?
Yes.
You calculated it and you did some division based on how many work days there were, right?
I did.
And then you speculated about phone calls, correct?
Yes.
Move on to page 3. Page 3 of this shows other screenshots you took of Arielle's phone, correct?
Yes.
And this is other screenshots of every app that she was using, correct?
The Screen Time app keeps track of all of the apps that you use, and I think there was probably more, but I just did the first 3 pages.
You didn't stop with WhatsApp, did you?
No.
You looked into her entire phone, correct?
No, I looked it down to 3 pages of the Screen Time app.
You were in detective mode and you didn't look through her actual text messages?
I did look at the text message threads on her phone.
You looked at the text message threads on her phone, right?
I did not look through all of her text messages. I opened the texting app to see if there's anything that looked suspicious there. There wasn't, but really I went straight to WhatsApp because that was the most used application.
You looked through her emails, correct?
Not at this time. I did end up looking through her emails later, mostly with her consent. Like as I'm seeing her on her phone and she's writing an email, I'll be like, "Hey, who are you emailing? Can I see?" And then she'll show it to me.
This was after then you confronted her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's focus on this part of the detective mode for now. You looked at her phone calls, correct?
I looked at the phone calls that she made through WhatsApp. I didn't actually look at the phone calls on the phone.
Okay. So you're suspicious of your wife for 2 months already, right? When you do this?
Yes.
And you look through her WhatsApp, correct?
Yes.
You don't look through all of her text messages, correct?
Correct.
And you don't look at her phone calls, right?
Right.
These are photographs of the screen of the phone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't take a screenshot and send it to yourself, right?
Not of this. No.
Not for these photos.
Mm-mm.
Arielle didn't know you were taking these photos, isn't that right?
No.
Okay. We're going to move on to page 4 of this document. Oh. I'm sorry. We're going to move on to page 6 of this document. Now, actually, I'm sorry. We're going to just go to page 4. At the top of this document, this is still the Word document that we were talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay. It is called, again, Screen Time and Deleted Messages, right?
Yes.
So most of the page we're looking at is what you copied and pasted or downloaded from WhatsApp, correct?
Yes.
But the very top of this page says deleted messages from Sunday 12/1, parentheses, all deleted, right?
Yes.
You wrote that part.
I wrote
correct?
that part. Yep.
Okay. So you were able to see and record all the deleted messages from Sunday, December 1st, 2024, correct?
Yes.
And you read these messages, right?
Yes, I did.
You read them and starts out, we'll go for the first couple section. Mr. Miller says, "Good morning," right?
Yes.
He says, "I hope you're getting some good sleep," right?
Yes.
And you talked about his sleep, correct?
Yes.
And then Arielle says, "Good morning," right?
Yes.
There's nothing sexual in these messages, is there, Dr. Konig?
No.
This is 2 people saying good morning to each other, right?
Yep.
And you were upset because in your mind, this is what spouses do, right?
Say good morning. I wasn't upset that they were saying good morning to each other. I was upset about the entire relationship that they had.
You're upset that they were talking at all like this?
Not just about good morning, about the whole thing.
About the whole thing, okay.
Yeah.
You talked about that they were sending each other links for music, right?
I did talk about that.
And those links are actually contained later on in this document, correct?
They were in earlier conversations. Can't remember where they are in the document.
We moved on now to page 5 of States 118. Actually, we'll just keep moving forward. Okay, so we're on page 6 now, and you included a screenshot of the WhatsApp now, correct?
Yes.
And part of the screenshot, we'll zoom in, is your note at the very top says these are deleted messages from Tuesday 12/3. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, so far at this point in detective mode, you've looked at messages from 12/1, correct?
Yes.
You've also looked at messages from 12/2, correct?
Yes.
And now you're on to December 3rd, right?
That's right.
And December 3rd is the day that Arielle is going to San Luis Obispo, correct?
Yeah, she was actually not arriving until the next day, but she was leaving Maui on that day.
And then she had a layover in Arizona, correct?
That's correct.
And in this photo we're looking at here, Arielle is texting Jeff Miller about being on the plane and getting ready to go to sleep, correct?
Yeah, that's one of the messages that's on there. So this is just the messages that were not deleted by the end of the day that day. So there's a lot more messages that happened during the day, but she had deleted them in different parts of the day. But yeah, the last message on this page says, "I hope packing went well. I'm on the plane and ready to sleep."
All right. And then your notes about what you think about these messages continue onto the next page, correct?
Not really what I think about it. So I was keeping notes of when I took the screenshots and what I was seeing at the time, because the way the screenshots work on the computer is that I have to basically copy and paste the screenshot, and that takes some time. So sometimes in between me copying the page and pasting it into the Word document or somewhere else and saving it and going back, she had already deleted other messages. And so I would just take notes and say, like, this message was sent before I could screenshot it, or and then sometimes she would delete some of the messages, and then later she would go back and delete more, and so it created a very confusing bunch of screenshots that I had. And so I took notes to kind of help myself piece it back together at a later time, and if that makes sense.
Yep.
Not really my thoughts about what I was thinking about the screenshots at the time. Do you understand? I was just taking notes of like the order in which that they came in, and so I can make sense of the screenshots later.
And naturally you were upset as you did this, right?
I had a lot of different feelings at the time, suspicious and sad, and not happy.
Suspicious, sad, not happy, upset?
Yeah, that's probably fair to say.
Okay. All right, we're going to take this exhibit down. And again, this exhibit you actually emailed to a Mr. Bunting, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Bunting was at the time your best friend, right?
Yes.
And
One of my best friends, yeah.
Mr. Bunting was married to a woman named Gianna, correct?
Gianna. It's spelled with a D, but she's Brazilian.
Okay. So he was married to a woman pronounced Gianna, correct?
That's correct.
And Gianna was Arielle's best friend, right?
One of her best friends, yeah.
So you send this email to Bryant Bunting on December 4th, 2024 at 3:33 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And that's before you leave for this trip, correct?
Yes.
And this is a trip that's going to include you, Arielle, Bryant, and Gianna, correct?
Yes.
You also had 2 other attachments to Mr. Bunting, correct?
I don't remember if you could show me.
All right, we'll publish page 1 of this exhibit again.
Sorry, what number exhibit?
This states 118. Okay, and we'll zoom in on the middle of the page to attachment names. There were 3 attachments to this email, correct?
Yes.
Okay, the first was screen time and deleted messages, right?
Yes.
And that's the document that we've gone through so far, correct?
Yes.
The second document is some saved chats with pictures, correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed those chats, right?
Yes.
And you reviewed the pictures, correct?
Yes.
Nothing sexual in those chats, right?
No.
Nothing sexual in those pictures, correct?
No.
And the last file is chat.txt, is that right?
Yes.
And this is what you actually download from WhatsApp, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so when you download a chat from WhatsApp, you get a file with a txt, right?
That's correct.
Now, you said already that you were upset when you were reading these messages, correct?
Yes.
You were upset that she was talking about her personal life with another person, correct?
Yes.
You're upset that she was talking about her kids, right?
Yes.
You're upset that she was talking about the kids putting stuff up on the Christmas tree, right?
Yeah. I mean, in the context of the whole conversation, yeah, I was upset about that.
And you're upset that your wife was keeping these messages secret from you, correct?
Yes.
So before you confronted Arielle, you emailed these documents to your friend Brian, correct?
That's right.
And you actually emailed these documents to Bryant, before you even got on the plane, is that right?
That's right.
So before you even talked to Arielle about this at all, you were already telling Bryant, is that right?
That's right.
You didn't give Arielle a chance to explain herself about these, correct?
Not before I talked to Bryant that day, no.
And you also told Deanna, correct?
I did tell Gianna the next day that I was suspicious that she's having an affair.
So you told Arielle's best friend about your suspicions before you told Arielle, correct?
A few minutes before, yes.
You did that because you wanted Gianna and Bryant on your side, correct?
That's not correct.
You wanted Arielle's best friend to hear about this emotional affair from you, right?
No, that's not correct.
You didn't want Gianna to hear about this from Arielle, correct?
That's not true.
Well, you told Gianna first, isn't that right?
That's right.
You wanted Gianna and Bryant to judge Arielle, correct?
That's not true.
You wanted to isolate Arielle from her best friend, isn't that right?
That's absolutely not true.
So after you tell your best friend and Arielle's best friend about this, that's when you actually confront Arielle, correct?
That's correct.
And you're upset, right?
That's not the primary feeling at the time. I was feeling a lot of other feelings, but I was also upset.
You were mad, right?
I was not mad.
You were not mad when you confronted your wife about these messages.
I was upset.
Okay. It's natural to be mad in this sort of situation, isn't it?
You could be.
And in this confrontation, you called Arielle a lying bitch, right?
I did call her that at some point, not in the beginning of the disclosure.
You called her a whore, right?
I did call her a whore at some point. Again, I think within like the first 24 hours, and not during the initial disclosure.
And after this all came out, after you confronted Arielle, called her a lying bitch, called her a whore. You wanted her to move out of the house. Is that right?
That's right.
You used an example yesterday where you talked about somebody else moving out for about 3 months and staying in a hotel, correct?
That's right.
And that's what you wanted Arielle to do, right?
No.
You just said you wanted Arielle to move out of the house. Isn't that right?
Yeah, but you just asked if I wanted her to specifically move into a hotel for 3 months. I had no. I did not want her to move out of the house for 3 months and go live in a hotel.
You just wanted her out.
I preferred to have her move out while we're dealing with the aftermath of her having an affair.
And Arielle didn't want to move out of the house. Is that right?
We both didn't want her to move out of the house. We both decided that together after talking about it.
You just said just a minute ago that you wanted her to move out, right?
That was my preference in the beginning, and then we decided that we're not going to do that. There's
Okay.
plenty of examples of people holding contradictory beliefs, and then you talk about it and think about it and figure out which way you're going to go.
Dr. Konig, Arielle's children were 4 years old and 18 months old at the time that you wanted her to move out. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
No mother would want to move out of the house with their kids that age, would they?
I wouldn't think so.
But that's what you wanted, right?
I wanted her to move out of the house for us to deal with the affair, and I didn't want her to move out of the house and harm her children. I wanted both.
Now, another thing that you wanted is you wanted Arielle to quit her job, right?
That's right.
And this is the remote worker job that she was able to find on Maui, correct?
Yes,
There are no nuclear power plants on Maui, right?
that's correct.
So if Arielle wanted to stay in her career and advance her career, she had to work remotely, right?
That's correct.
If you were to stay on Maui, right?
Yes.
And once Arielle quit her job, as was your plan, she would have been 100% dependent on you and your salary, correct?
She would be dependent on our assets, which were all shared. We had a shared savings account. We had a home that was shared. We had vehicles that were shared. We had food in the house that's shared. I mean, we had a lot of things in the house, and they were all shared. We would lose her income as a family for a short period of time. She has a very good resume. She would be able to get a job, probably within a few months. But if it took a few months, we were prepared for that.
When Arielle quit her job, as was your plan, you would be the only breadwinner, correct?
I would have the only one with a paycheck coming in while she didn't have a job. That is correct.
She would be dependent on you and your goodwill to keep a roof over her kids' heads, right?
No.
She would be dependent on you and your paycheck to keep her kids fed, right?
No.
You wanted Arielle to give up her career, correct?
No.
You wanted to make sure Arielle never had contact with Jeffrey Miller again, right?
That was my strong preference, for her to not have contact with Mr. Miller ever again.
And in order to do that, you wanted access to Arielle's phone at all times. Isn't that
That is
right?
absolutely not correct.
You actually had Arielle's phone in December 2024, isn't that right?
I wouldn't say that. Like, her phone, at many points in time, I had her phone in my hand. I would not characterize it the way you just did.
And you monitored her communications in December 2024 after you confronted her, isn't that right?
I, on several occasions, asked to see who she was communicating with, and she would show me. And the only time that I monitored her communications was for 48 hours when I was watching the WhatsApp messages, and most of those I was watching on my computer, not on her phone.
So today you're saying you were only monitoring her communications a little bit, right?
I don't know what you mean by a little bit. I just described to you how I was monitoring her communications.
Yesterday, you testified about what you thought Arielle needed to do. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
You testified that she needed to, quote, proactively give up privacy, correct?
Yes,
And you also said that she needed to be okay with giving up her privacy. Is that right?
that's right.
That's what you wanted, right?
That's what I wanted.
She didn't end up doing that, did she?
No.
And that upset you, right?
Although she did do it. She did do it initially. She did it in San Luis Obispo, and she did it for a very short period of time in Maui, and then sporadically again in December. And honestly, she changed her behavior. So in January, February, March, she was not like, I didn't feel like she was hiding her phone from me anymore. I didn't feel, and I knew her passcode hadn't changed. So she was doing a lot of those things.
You knew her passcode hadn't changed, right? You just said that.
That's right.
The only way to know that is by testing it, right?
No, you could also see them put in their passcode. And when somebody's sitting next to you and they're not hiding their phone, you can easily see who they're writing, what they're saying. You can easily see their passcode. And if somebody's not worried about sharing the passcode with the person sitting next to them, you're basically showing it to them, and that's what was going on.
So you watched what Arielle was doing on her phone in person, right?
Yes.
Now, another thing you mentioned yesterday is that you believed the cheating spouse needs to put in the work, right?
That's not what I said.
You testified that the cheating spouse needs to put in the work, right? You said that.
I wouldn't characterize it like that. I would not say the work. The way you're making it sound is like there's only one work to be done. The work that needs to be done to heal a relationship after any kind of issue like this involves both parties. And I was talking specifically about the part that the cheating spouse has to commit to doing. I was not saying that was the only work that needed to be done, like you're implying.
Dr. Konig, if we could not go into anything implied, I'm just asking you a question, okay? I'm asking you what you said.
Your Honor, he's trying to answer the questions, should be allowed to answer it.
If it's non-responsive.
But that was not,
question.
well, just- if he's asking questions, he's answering.
Is there an objection?
My objection is to him reprimanding the witness when all he's doing is answering the question. That's my objection.
Overruled.
Now, you testified, I'm sorry, after you confronted Arielle about this affair, you wanted her to meet your physical needs, correct?
I wouldn't characterize it like that.
You wouldn't characterize it as Arielle being unwilling to meet your physical needs, would you?
I would characterize that I was in a relationship with Arielle for 8 years, and we had a physical relationship, and I had physical needs as part of that physical relationship prior to me finding out about the affair, and I had physical needs after the affair as well.
Okay. And she's a regular, we're talking about sex here, right, doctor?
No, I'm talking about physical intimacy with the person that I love the most, which includes sexual and non-sexual intimacy.
You believed that Arielle should meet your sexual needs after you confronted her about this affair, correct?
No.
You don't believe that?
Your Honor, can we approach?
Dr. Konig, after you confronted Arielle, you needed her to meet your sexual needs, correct?
No.
That's your testimony today.
Yes.
Arielle stopped having sex with you on December 24th, 2024, correct?
The last time that Arielle and I had sex was on December 24th, 2024. We did not have sex after that, and we both decided not to have sex after that.
You're upset that she wouldn't have sex with you, right?
That is not true.
When Arielle didn't have sex with you, you believe she was withdrawing from the relationship, isn't that right?
That's not true.
Arielle didn't want to have sex with you anymore, isn't that right?
That's not true.
Arielle was unwilling to quit her job, right?
She was willing to quit her job initially, and then later she was unwilling to quit her job. That's correct.
Arielle was unwilling to give up her privacy to you forever, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Arielle was unwilling to move out of the house and away from her children, correct?
Yes.
Arielle was unwilling to have sex with you whenever you demanded it, isn't that right?
Can you ask the question again?
Arielle was unwilling to have sex with you whenever you demanded it, isn't that right?
I never demanded sex, so that's not right.
Now, you were 46 years old at the time this was happening, right?
That's correct.
And after you call a woman a lying bitch and a whore, it makes sense that they don't want to have sex with you, right?
Objection argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustain.
You still wanted Arielle to have sex with you after you called her a lying bitch, right?
We had sex in December, and that was after we had that conversation, yes.
You were upset that Arielle was still talking to Gianna about you, right?
No?
You testified yesterday that you were upset that Gianna called you a monster, right?
I was upset. Well, that made me suspicious of how Ari was characterizing both the affair and our relationship at the time to Gianna.
And this is after you wanted to have Arielle move out of the house away from her kids, right?
Actually, this was during. At the time that she made that comment, we were in an argument where I was asking her to move out.
At the time she made that comment. Is this the argument you mentioned on December 26, 2024?
Yes.
Okay.
That went into December 27th.
The argument went into December 27th?
Yes.
Okay. So this argument happens. You're still mad, right?
And again, I wouldn't characterize my emotion as mad. Whenever we talked, I was certainly upset, but not mad.
This argument where Arielle told you that Gianna called you a monster, this is after you told her to quit her job, right?
I asked her to quit her job. I didn't tell her to quit her job. I asked her to quit her job as part of us healing from the affair at the beginning of December. I actually didn't ask her to quit her job at any point in time after that. I had asked her to give me updates on how the job search is going, but only in probably the first couple weeks of December, and then we never talked about it again. It was obvious that she wasn't looking for a job anymore, and at that point in time, we were discussing other things in the relationship. So the last time I had asked her to quit her job to help us heal from the affair was in the beginning of December.
So your testimony today is you just let this go? You just let this go about her job?
No, I did not. I did not let it go. I put a pin in it, basically. I put that issue on hold while we were dealing with other things in the relationship.
Let me go back in time a little bit, Dr. Konig. back to early December. You looked up somebody called Andrea Miller on LinkedIn. Is that right?
That's right.
LinkedIn is a social media site used for professional networking. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you need a specific type of account or access to a type of account to find out the email for another person, correct?
I don't use LinkedIn very often, so I'm not sure who, excuse me, whose email addresses you have access to and whose you don't, without certain features of the program.
Well, on December 5th, 2024, you actually purchased what's called a Sales Navigator Core account on LinkedIn. Is that right?
Yes, I signed up for a free trial of that feature of the LinkedIn account, specifically to get access to Andrea Miller's email account or email address.
So you signed up to find Andrea Miller's email address,
Yes, I did.
right? And you found her email address, correct?
Yes,
And on December 6th, 2024, at 8:24 a.m. Hawaii time, you sent an email to Andrea Miller, correct?
I don't remember the exact date or time, but that sounds right. And yes, I did email her.
Okay, we'll put States Exhibit 108 already in evidence up onto the screen. This is the email you sent to Andrea Miller, correct?
That's correct.
You sent it on December 6, 2024 at 8:24 a.m. Is that right?
That's right.
And the address too is the email address that you found from Andrea Miller from LinkedIn, correct?
Yes.
That's her work email address, right?
I don't know.
Kyndryl is a financial services company, correct?
I don't know.
In that email, you testified yesterday that the purpose of this email was simply to let Miss Miller know what's happening. Is that right?
That's correct.
And at the start of this email, that's what you do, right? You tell her about what you think about Jeff and Arielle, and you call it an inappropriate relationship, right?
Yes, that's how I describe it.
You didn't call it an affair, right?
I did not.
You didn't call it an emotional affair, right?
I did not.
You just called it inappropriate relationship.
That's right.
And then you provided her your phone number, is that right?
Yes.
You provided her your email, correct?
Yes.
And those are your contact information, so you're free to provide those things, right?
Yes.
And then you provided her with Arielle's phone number and email, correct?
That's correct.
You provided her with Arielle's cell number, is that right?
That's right.
And Arielle's personal email, correct?
Yes.
You provided that because you wanted Andrea Miller to contact Arielle, didn't you?
I just wanted her to have the option of contacting all of us and talking to all of us and getting all of the information from as many people as possible so she could make a decision about what she wanted to do with this information with her family.
The only purpose for including Arielle's contact information is so that she can contact Arielle. Isn't that right?
That's right.
And you wanted Andrea Miller to contact Arielle to yell at her, right?
That's not true.
You wanted Andrea Miller to contact Arielle to humiliate and punish Arielle. Isn't that right?
That is absolutely not true.
You offered Andrea Miller the text messages, correct?
I did. All right. I don't know if I did or not. I don't think I offered it to her. I just said I just said
I can share with you what I have
can
if
share it
you
with
would like.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, I did.
You also sent Miss Miller a contact request through LinkedIn directly, correct?
That's correct.
Andrea Miller never replied to your email, isn't that right?
That's right.
Andrea Miller never replied to you on LinkedIn, isn't that right?
That's right.
On December 12th, I'm going to take the exhibit down. On December 12th, 2024, you ordered the first of a several series of audiobooks about affairs, correct?
I don't remember the exact date, but that sounds right.
The first book you ordered was called The State of Affairs, is that right?
That's right.
And as it states in the title, it's a book about having affairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. 2 days later, on December 14th, 2024, at 10:45 p.m., you opened a PDF file on your computer from your prior divorce proceedings. Is that right?
I have no recollection of that.
We're going to publish dates 113, already in evidence. Now, you, on December 14, 2024, opened up a PDF file called Bank of America Amex E-Statement 2015-12-24.pdf, right?
I have no recollection of this.
You have no recollection.
Mm-mm.
All right, well, let's zoom in on the photo. The file system last access date and time of this document was December 14th, 2024 at 10:45 p.m., correct?
I can see that, yeah.
Do you agree with that?
I agree with that.
Let's go to the file path, Dr. Konig. This is under the username G. Konig, correct?
Yes.
That's your username, right?
Yes.
Your files are contained under that username. Is that
Yes.
right? The next folder is the Dropbox folder. Is that right?
That's correct.
You use Dropbox, correct?
I do?
You have a Dropbox that has subfolders in it, correct?
Yes.
The next subfolder is called JPR. Is that right?
That's correct.
That's a subfolder that you created, correct?
Yes.
That's a subfolder that means Jessica Patella Ray. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And under Miss Ray's subfolder, or Miss Patella Ray's subfolder, you have a separate subfolder called Divorce. Isn't that right?
Yes, I created that.
You made that folder, correct?
Yes.
And in that folder, there's another folder, right?
Yes.
And that's for 2016-04 hearing. Isn't that right?
That's right.
This is a hearing about your divorce from April 2016, correct?
Yes.
And the last subfolder is supportive documents. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And in that supportive documents folder, the supportive documents are for this April 2016 hearing, correct?
Right.
These are the documents that you want to bring to your divorce hearing, right?
Yeah.
And the
It was a long
document-
time ago, but that was probably all the supporting documents that my lawyer needed for that hearing. And this was a Bank of America Amex statement from 10 years prior. So
It's a long time ago.
I have no recollection of looking at a Bank of America Amex statement from 10 years prior on this date. I don't remember doing that.
You don't remember at all.
Mm-mm. And I mean, it says file system last access. I don't know if that gets triggered if like a file is copied or something like that, because I was looking through the documents when they were presented into evidence earlier in the week, and there were a few that I did not recall accessing on those times. Many I do recall accessing.
But this one
But
about
this is-
divorce,
this is
you're
what-
saying you don't.
I don't recollect accessing that. No.
Now, on December 14th,
And I can't think of a reason why I would have.
you can't. There's no reasonable reason for you to be accessing this. Is that right?
There's no. I can't think of a reason why I was looking at a Amex statement from 10 years prior on December 14th, 2024.
This is a document that you needed to prepare for your prior divorce, correct?
Correct.
This is in the middle of December 2024, correct?
That this document was accessed?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, the very next day, we'll take this one down, and we're going to go chronologically. The very next day, on December 15th, 2024, at 8:17 a.m., you viewed a January 2022 pay stub for your wife, Arielle Konig. Is that correct?
I don't recall that, but I that sounds more plausible that I had done that. But I don't specifically recall that date and looking at that document.
We'll publish dates 125. This is the metadata, correct? Oh, I'm sorry. This is not page 1. All right, publishing page 1 of states 125. Okay. The last access date is December 15th, 2024 at 8:17 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the file path for this is looking through your 2022 taxes. Is that right?
It's ours. So we have a shared folder on Dropbox called The Big Love Party and Other Super Fun Stuff that I created when we were planning our wedding. And so this is a shared folder on Dropbox that both Ari and I have access to. And this is in the taxes folder within the shared, because I put all of our shared financial information in the shared drive that she has access to, and she put things that she wanted to share with me in it as well. And so this is in our shared taxes folder, and it's in specifically a subfolder that's for her pay stubs.
And so you wanted to look up Arielle's pay stub from January 2022, and you wanted to look that up on December 15th, 2024.
Yeah, that
24.
seems more.
The only information
more
contained in this
plausible.
document is about Arielle's pay from 1 month. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, it's simply just a pay stub telling you how much she got paid, right?
Yes.
Do you want me to go to the pay stub so you can see?
No.
We'll take the exhibit down. And you're looking at this pay stub the day after you're looking at this document from your prior divorce. Isn't that right?
No, because I don't recall looking at that Amex statement.
So you just don't recall again?
I don't recall looking at that Amex statement at all.
You tell me where there's a convenient break, Mr. Garner.
Okay. We're getting close. All right. We're going to keep going forward in time. December 18th, 2024 now. You purchase your second audiobook. Is that right?
I think you've already mentioned two. Isn't this the third then? I mean, I don't remember. I purchased many audiobooks, but I think we've already talked about two.
So far we've talked about the state of affairs. Is that right?
That's right.
Which other book? do you
Oh,
have?
okay. Okay. So this must be the second one. I don't remember which order they're in, but I know I purchased multiple.
Okay. Let's just put up the exhibit so we're not confused about the order, okay?
Okay.
States 106. All right, publishing, page 2. Okay. This book you purchased on December 18th, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And this book is called After the Affair, the third edition, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then on the same day, you purchased the third book, correct? We'll go to page 3. This one you bought on December 18th, 2024 at 11:48 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this is the one you mentioned in your testimony yesterday, How to Help Your Spouse Heal from Your Affair, correct?
That's correct. There was two books with the same title actually that we both listened to.
Got it. So there's actually a second book with the exact same title, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and that book's on page 4 of this exhibit, correct?
That's it. Yep.
Okay, and you purchased these on the same day, although you purchased the second one later in the afternoon at around 2 p.m., correct?
Yes, that's what it looks like. Yep.
Okay. Two books with exactly the same name, right?
Yes.
That could get confusing if you want to talk about them, right?
Yes.
Take the exhibit down. This book, How to Help Your Spouse Heal from Your Affair. That's directed at the wayward partner, correct?
Yes.
It's directions on the quote, cheating person that they have to follow, correct?
Well, I mean, it goes into everything that needs to be done, but and it does it in a way that it explains why those things need to be done. So it was very helpful for me to read as well, because I understood all that needed to be done to kind of fix the relationship. And it does talk about some things that the other spouse has to do as well, but it's primarily focused on what the cheating spouse has to do.
So in your mind, this book is primarily geared towards Arielle, but you just wanted to read it too, correct?
No, like I said, the book describes very well what needs to happen after an affair, and the vast majority of what needs to be done in the initial stages is by the cheating spouse, but it does go into what the other person has to do, and it's geared for both partners. The title is How to Help Your Spouse Heal from the Affair, but the contents of the book is for both parties.
And this book is where you got these terms, or these things you told us yesterday that you believed Arielle needed to do, correct?
This is one of the books that I used, yeah.
This is where you, I guess you had the idea that she should quit her job before you read this book, right?
That's right.
Okay. But this book supported that idea for you, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And this book, again, as you just talked about, is the one that got that idea that the cheating spouse needs to put in work, right?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
This book also helped you with that idea that the cheating spouse needs to put in work. Is that right?
Yes.
And this is, again, the book that supports your idea that the cheating spouse needs to give up their privacy, right?
Proactively give up privacy as part of the healing process for a period of time, yes.
All right. We move forward a couple of days, so now would be a good time for recess.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a 10-minute recess. Come back at 11:40. We'll go until 12:30. All rise. State provided posted 1CBC-25-673. Dr. Konig is on the stand and still under oath. All four counsel of record are present. All jurors are back in the courtroom. Mr. Garner, can we continue on with the cross-examination?
All right, Dr. Konig, the last question I asked you was about December 18th. Now I'm going to move forward a couple days to December 21st, okay?
Okay.
On December 21st, I'm going to publish December 21st, 2024 at 2:49 p.m. You opened a PDF file on your computer that was a November 2022 retirement account statement for Arielle. Is that right?
I don't recall doing that specifically, but that sounds like something I would do, yes.
That sounds like something you would do, is what you just said?
Yes.
And as of November 2022, Arielle had a retirement account, correct?
Yes.
And that retirement account, again, as of 2022, was valued at $191,439, correct?
I don't remember that exact number, but that sounds about right.
Was that number
is this
accurate?
Yeah, yes.
And in November 2022, you were the primary beneficiary of that account, correct?
That's correct.
That means that if anything happened to Arielle, you would get that money, right?
Yes.
And I'm going to publish States Exhibit 125, page 7, or page 3. This is the metadata for the account that you accessed on, or for the document you accessed on December 21st, 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and this is the Westinghouse November 2022 statement, correct?
Yes.
And this is the first page of the statement, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in the top right, it says total value of the account, $191,439, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, take that down. December 24th, 2024, at 3:36 a.m., you accessed a document from 2018 on your computer, correct?
I don't recall that.
I'm going to publish dates 125 at page 7. On December 24th, 2024, at 3:36 a.m., you accessed a PDF, correct?
I have no recollection of accessing this. This is a document that talks about.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Okay. Now, the last access date and time from this metadata is December 24th, 2024 at 3:36 a.m. Correct, Doctor?
Yes.
Okay. And the file is located in a folder called pit or Dropbox/RE/pit tuition benefits, correct?
That's correct.
And the specific document discusses the tuition that paid for Arielle's master's degree, correct?
I don't. That's part of it. Until I see the document, I can't tell exactly what it is, but I think it talks about, because I was
Go to page 8.
Well, can you let him finish? Go ahead.
I was an employee of University of Pittsburgh, and through that we got some benefits that helped pay for her MBA that she was doing at University of Pittsburgh.
So that's just what I asked, right?
Well, is there a question? What's the next question?
That is the question. Is that what I just asked?
Can you remind me what you just asked?
I asked if the document was about how the education benefits from Pittsburgh that paid for Arielle's graduate degree.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now I actually have the document on the screen, right?
Yes.
Okay. And your benefits from working at Pittsburgh, at the University of Pittsburgh, paid for Arielle's education, correct?
Not completely. It defrayed some of the costs.
And this document is how you started that process to get parts of her master's degree paid for, correct?
Yes, that's the application form, I believe.
The title of this document is Request for Education Benefits Form for a Spouse/Domestic Partner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you were looking at this document at 3:36 a.m. on December 24th, correct?
I have no recollection of looking at this document in December. I don't know why I would be doing it at 3:36 a.m.
Okay. And December 24th, obviously Christmas Eve, correct?
Christmas Eve, like Christmas Eve morning, basically.
It's the middle of the night.
Middle of the night, right?
But yes, right?
Yes.
3:36 a.m. and you have no idea why you would be looking at this document, right?
No.
You have no idea why you would be looking up the benefits that Arielle got from your job, right?
Right.
On December 24th, 2024, at 3:36 in the morning, you were upset about this emotional affair, correct?
No.
You were
I was
thinking
probably sleeping.
that you paid for Arielle's education and this is how she repays you, right?
No.
So your testimony today is that you were not thinking that, right?
Yes.
Your testimony today is you have no idea why you were looking at these benefits, right?
Yeah, I don't remember looking at this, and I don't remember the reason, if I did.
And you testified you have no idea why you would have looked at it in the first place. Is that right?
Not at this time, no.
All right, we're going to publish State's Exhibit 105. I'll make sure we start at page 1. All right, publishing States 105 at page 1. This exhibit is your Reddit internet history, correct, Dr. Konig?
Yes.
This is from December 24th, 2024 at 4:34 a.m., correct?
Yes.
And you're looking at a website or a webpage titled Lying Again. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that sounds plausible.
This is less than an hour after you're looking at those education benefits. Isn't that right?
It's an hour after the timestamp, but I don't recall looking at that tuition benefit. But I do recall being on Reddit in December, and I can't remember exactly when and where. But maybe I was up at 4:30. That sounds plausible.
That sounds plausible.
Yes.
All right. Later that day, so we're still on Christmas Eve, at 12:49 p.m., you emailed yourself 3 separate files, correct?
I don't recall.
12:49 p.m., Christmas Eve, you emailed yourself 3 files all related to Jeff Miller. Isn't that right?
I don't recall.
We'll publish dates 119, the first page. On December 24th, 2024 at 12:26 p.m., you sent an email from your gkonig@proinbox.com email to the same email address with an attachment called WhatsApp chat jeffmiller.zip, correct?
Yes.
And then we're going to publish dates 120, the first page, the metadata. At 12:20 p.m. on the same day, Christmas Eve, you sent yourself WhatsApp chat jeffmiller2.zip, correct?
That's correct.
And states 121 with the metadata page, the first page. On the same date, December 24th, 2024 at 12:20 p.m., you sent a third email to yourself, right?
That's correct.
And this was with WhatsApp chat jeffmiller3.zip. Is that right?
Yes.
So, going through our timeline on Christmas Eve, 3:36 in the morning, document about Arielle's financial benefits from your job, correct? That's what's being opened on your computer.
Yes.
4:34 a.m., you start your Reddit search about lying again, correct?
I don't know if I started it but I was looking at that thread at 4:34 p.m.
12:20 p.m., you send yourself these emails, correct?
Yes.
It's safe to say that on December 24th, 2024, you were thinking about this affair, correct?
Yes.
You were upset about this affair, correct?
I was hurt and confused and a lot of things. And I was probably upset too. Yes.
Okay. We'll move on to Christmas, Dr. Konig. We're going to publish now States Exhibit 105 at page 6. Okay, now it's on the screen. At 3:23 a.m. on December 25th, 2024, you go back to that Reddit website, correct?
Yes.
This is Christmas now, right?
Yes.
Christmas Day at 3:23 a.m., you're on Reddit, right?
Yes.
And you look at Reddit around that time, 3:30 a.m., for a couple different posts, right?
I don't remember, but that sounds plausible, yeah.
And then later in the day, the afternoon now at 2:16 p.m., you go back and look at another Reddit post on the same subreddit, correct?
I don't recall the exact date and time, but that sounds plausible, yes.
On December 25th, 2024, at 2:19 p.m., you went to a Reddit page with a post titled, "Can't Have Physical Relationship with WP Anymore." Isn't that correct?
I don't recall, but it sounds plausible.
We're going to publish dates 105, page number 20. This is that page you visited at 2:19 p.m. on Christmas, correct?
Yes.
And the title of that page is "Can't Have Physical Relationship with WP Anymore," correct?
Yes.
WP is wayward partner. Is that right?
Yes.
And in your relationship, in your mind, the wayward partner is Arielle. Is
That's
that right?
correct.
So you're thinking about the physical relationship at this time, correct?
That's one of the things, yeah, that I was thinking about and reading about.
Just a few minutes later, you search a term on Reddit called Darvo, correct?
I don't recall when I did that, but I do recall searching for that term, yes.
We'll publish 105 at page 24. this is that search, isn't that right, Doctor?
Yes.
Okay. And this is not a specific post about the word Darvo. This is actually a search for information about the word Darvo, correct?
That's correct.
And you know what that acronym means, right?
Yes.
The D stands for deny, right?
Yes.
The A stands for attack, correct?
Yes.
And the RVO are all connected together, and they mean reverse, victim, and offender. Is that right?
That's right.
So in order to use that strategy first, the accused will deny the accusation, correct?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you ask that in a different way or clarify?
The first step under the D in deny means the accused will deny the accusation, correct?
I mean, Darvo refers to a thing that.
Objection, non-responsive.
He's answering that question. Objection sustained.
Can you ask the question one more time?
The D in Darvo,
Stands for deny.
and the first step is, or that means that the person accused will deny the accusation, correct?
That's correct.
The A stands for attack, right?
Right?
And that step is the person accused will attack the accuser's credibility. Is that right?
It stands for attacking the accuser in many different ways, not just their credibility, but that's one of the ways in which they could be attacked. Yes.
So you can attack credibility, right?
Yes.
You can attack them in other ways, correct?
That's right.
You can attack them with irrelevant information, right?
Lots of different things.
Lots of different ways you can do the attack, right?
That's correct.
And the last section of Darvo, the RVO, again stands for reverse, victim, and offender,
Right. Yes.
And that's when the perpetrator portrays themselves as the victim, correct?
That's right.
Darvo is a tactic used by individuals or institutions to deflect blame and responsibility for harmful actions, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to move on to the next day, Doctor. December 26, 2024, at 6:47 a.m., you reviewed your 2018 tax notes. Is that correct?
I don't recall that specifically, but that sounds plausible.
Okay. We're going to publish the metadata page, so the first page of States Exhibit 114. Okay. You can look up at the screen, Doctor.
Yes.
On December 26, 2024, at 6:47 a.m., you accessed a document called 2018 Taxes GK Notes,
Yes.
correct? This document is your notes about the taxes you paid in 2018, correct?
It's the document that I create that has all the information that I give to our accountant so that to help them do our taxes. So I make a document every year, and for the next year I copy and paste the previous year's document, and then I just change the information and send it to them. Yes. So it does have how much we paid in taxes, but it also has a bunch of other stuff in there.
And you said then for the next year, each year you'll copy and paste the last year because obviously you just want to use the most recent year, correct?
That's right.
But the day after Christmas, you're looking at your notes from 2018, correct?
Seems so. Yes.
And in those notes, you discuss, or you have the information, how much child support you paid in 2018, correct?
That's correct.
You have how much alimony you paid in 2018, correct?
That's correct.
You paid about $29,000 a year in child support in 2018, correct?
That's right.
You paid about $6,000 in alimony in 2018, correct?
That's correct.
And this was to your ex-wife, Jessica Patella-Ray. Is that right?
That's right.
Dr. Konig, this is 2018 money we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Inflation has clearly gone crazy since 2018, right?
That's right.
So in 2024 dollars, that'd be quite a lot more, right?
It would be more. I'm not sure how much more. And actually, I don't know. Child support is a calculation, so I'm not sure if. But yeah, I'm sure they make adjustments for inflation. Yeah.
How much money were you making in 2018 again?
Probably 350,000.
So you were making less money than you made in 2024, correct?
About the same, actually. I took a significant pay cut when I moved to Maui.
Dr. Konig, isn't it true that these tax notes that you have say you actually made $446,000 in 2018?
If whatever's on the tax notes is accurate, so if I said 350, then I misspoke. What was the final number?
I'll publish the exhibit now, and this is page 2 of the exhibit. Okay. So you made $446,000 in 2018, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. While we're talking about December 26th, I do need to follow up, Dr. Konig, because you mentioned that you had a big fight with Arielle on that day, correct?
That's correct.
The same day you're looking up your tax documents with your alimony and child support, you get into a fight with Arielle. Is that right?
The same day that I look at the tax documents that has a lot of information on it, including the alimony and child support, I get into a fight with Arielle. That's correct.
And given the fact that you looked at these tax documents at 6:47 a.m., the fight was after that, correct?
Yes.
The fight was during the daytime, correct?
It was at night.
So the night of December 26th, you get into this fight with Arielle, correct?
That's correct.
And this is the second time in this fight that you tell Arielle to move out, right?
It's the second time that I ask her to move out if she doesn't take accountability for the affair. That's correct.
It's the second time that you ask Arielle to leave her 18-month-old, right?
That's correct.
It's the second time that you ask her to leave her 4-year-old, right?
Well, that's not correct. I wasn't asking her to leave the children. She would move 200 yards down the street to her parents' house and see the children as often as she wanted to, but she would not be physically living in our house anymore. So that is not correct. I did not ask her to leave the children.
So you have this fight with Arielle on the night of December 26th, correct?
Yes.
And then, on the morning of December 27th at 6:34 a.m., you look at Arielle's pay stub again, correct?
I don't recall that specifically, but it's the end of the year. I was probably looking at a bunch of tax documents and financial things, and I always get up early because I have to get up early for work, so that sounds very plausible.
It was the end of the year, and you wanted to look at tax documents. Is that what you just said?
That's all I can think of why I was looking at these documents then, is end of year finances.
So this is 2024, right?
Yes,
The end of 2024, you want to start preparing your taxes for the year, right?
that's correct.
And you decide that the best way to prepare for your taxes of the year 2024, we're going to publish dates 125 at page 10. The best way to prepare for your taxes in 2024 is to look at how much money Arielle made in the month of January 2022.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
This document has nothing to do with how much money you'd pay in taxes in 2024, correct?
That's correct.
The same date, December 27th, 2024, you order a hidden voice recorder, correct?
That's right.
So the day after your fight with Arielle, right?
And the morning, and we were fighting that morning as well, so the same day.
You fought in the morning of the 27th as well?
That's right.
The same day that happens, you buy this hidden voice recorder, correct?
That's right.
You buy it from Walmart.com, right?
Yes.
And the device was advertised as a, quote, hidden voice recorder, correct?
Yes.
It was also advertised as a spy device, right?
Yes.
The recorder had a magnet on the back, correct?
Yes.
And that magnet made it so it'd be easier to hide, right?
Magnet made it so you can attach it to magnetic objects.
You could put it underneath the desk if the desk was metal, right?
You could do that.
You could put it behind a fridge if you wanted to, right?
If it's the right metal, yes.
And you testified yesterday that your purpose with this device was to secretly record Arielle, correct?
That's correct.
This device would also work just as well to leave in her home office. Isn't that correct?
You could, yeah, you could leave it. I mean, you can leave it wherever you want to leave it.
You could leave it in her home office to test out whether she was still talking to Jeff Miller, correct?
You could.
On the same day, December 27th at 9:15 a.m., you looked into the WhatsApp login portal on your laptop. Is that right?
I'm sorry. Can what time did you say?
9:15 a.m. You logged into the WhatsApp login portal from your laptop, correct?
That sounds plausible. Yes.
So as you're having this fight with Arielle in the morning, 9:15 around then, you log into WhatsApp, right?
Yes.
You want to find out who she's been talking to, what she's been saying, right?
No. I was logging into my WhatsApp.
You want to find out if Arielle's still... Sorry.
Yes, I don't finish.
At that point in time, I was not logged into her WhatsApp on my computer any longer, and I was using WhatsApp for my work, and I was logging into my WhatsApp.
So your testimony is that immediately after having this fight, after same day you're ordering this recorder to spy on Arielle, that you're logging into WhatsApp for other purposes.
Yes.
And on December 27, 2024, you order another audiobook. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
You order an audiobook called Getting the Love You Want, right?
Oh yes, I do. Yes.
Okay. Let's walk us through December 27th again, Doctor. In the morning, 6:47 a.m. Sorry, let me get the time correct. In the morning at 6:34 a.m., you look at Arielle's January 2022 pay stub, correct?
Asked and answered. Just going through it again here. Just went through it.
Yes.
Yes. Is that the answer to my question?
I'm sorry. Can you ask the question again?
Okay, we're going to review December 27th, 2024, okay? So, 6:34 a.m., you look at Arielle's old tax document.
It's been asked and answered, Your Honor. Just went through this.
He didn't answer it.
I mean, about 8 minutes ago, we went through this.
Please answer no.
Yes.
Okay. You looked at her, or you also got into a fight with her that morning.
We continued an argument from the previous night.
Same day you order the hidden voice recorder.
Yes.
Same day you log into WhatsApp.
Yes.
Asked and answered.
And same day you order this next audiobook, correct?
Yes.
Moving on now to December 29th, 2024. You looked up your wife's Facebook profile, correct?
Excuse me. I don't recall that specifically, but I probably did.
And you specifically went to her friends list, isn't that right?
Again, I don't recall that specifically, but I probably did.
Now, on December 30th, 2024, we're moving closer to New Year's, right?
Yes.
And on December 30th, 2024, you searched LinkedIn again for Andrea Miller, correct?
I don't recall doing that
You don't
on
recall?
a specific day, but I do recall looking her up again later in December.
We'll publish States Exhibit 109 at page 4. You looked up Andrea Miller on LinkedIn on December 30th, 2024 at 6:49 a.m., correct?
Yes. I looked at her contact info.
She still hadn't replied to your email, right?
That's right.
She never called Ari to yell at her, right?
She never called Ari to do anything, as far as I know, actually. She might have, she didn't tell me, but as far as I know, Andrea never called Ari.
And then after searching for Andrea on LinkedIn this morning, you canceled your LinkedIn Sales Navigator Core account, correct?
That sounds right. I had to cancel it within 30 days, and so I probably went in LinkedIn to cancel the account and then also clicked on Andrea's profile.
This is page 5. This is the email confirming your cancellation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, and this is at 6:56 a.m. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, so you look up her email and then you cancel. You look up her account and then you cancel, correct?
Yes.
And you say you cancel because you didn't want to pay the fee. Is that right?
That's right. The only reason I signed up for that feature of the LinkedIn account was to be able to get Andrea Miller's contact info.
If you hadn't canceled it, it's in the realm of somewhere about $100 a month. Is that right?
It's expensive.
So you got what you wanted, so you were done.
That's right.
And on that same day, December 30th, you also purchased a new audiobook. Is that right?
I don't recall.
You purchased an audiobook called Not Just Friends on December 30th, 2024. Is that right?
I do recall purchasing that book. I'm not sure of the exact date, but that sounds like the right time frame, yes.
And then on the same day, December 30th at 7:29 p.m., you opened up a spreadsheet on your computer, correct?
Probably. I work with spreadsheets very, very frequently.
On that date at 7:29 p.m., you opened a spreadsheet about your and Arielle's wedding. Is that right?
I don't recall, but that sounds plausible, yes.
And in that spreadsheet, there was information about the wedding, correct?
There's a lot of information in the spreadsheet.
There's a guest list, right?
A guest list?
There was
Yes.
Tasks for you and Arielle to do to prepare, correct?
Yes.
And there was the cost.
And a lot of other stuff.
There was the cost there, correct?
The cost was there too, yes.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Moving on now to December 31st. December 31st is Christmas Eve, right? I'm sorry, New Year's Eve.
Yes.
Okay, New Year's Eve, 8:38 p.m., you accessed a PDF file on your computer from that JPR divorce folder. Is that correct?
I don't recall doing that at all.
You don't recall?
No.
We'll go to States 113. We'll publish page 2. So, on December 31st, 2024, you can see the exhibit, right, Doctor?
Yeah.
Okay. On December 31st, 2024, at 8:38 p.m., on your computer, this document was opened up, correct?
Again, I don't recall opening up this document. I can't think of a reason why I would have opened up this document. Again, it's a credit card statement from 2016 that was part of the hearing on the divorce, but it's not even actually it's not even the document for the divorce hearing. It's just one of the credit card statements, and I have no recollection of opening this document at that time, and don't know why I did that, or if I did it. And that's what I'm saying, because it says file system last access. Like, so does that get triggered when something other than just opening the document happens? Because I don't recall opening up this document at all.
You said a lot of
that
words there,
time.
but at the end of the day, you don't recall, correct?
That's correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
This document is in that same folder we talked about earlier, correct?
Yes,
This is supportive documents for your 2016 divorce hearing, correct?
that's correct.
And these are the kind of documents that you want to have to present in the hearing, correct?
That's correct.
They're financial documents that are relevant to a divorce, right?
That's right.
And this one's actually a bank statement about not yourself, correct?
It's a bank statement that was a credit card that was actually in my father's name during that time period. But we were. I'm trying to recall exactly. I think we had used it to transfer like a credit card balance that we had onto his credit card, because they were offering like a no interest, no payments for whatever, and we were using that to pay off this credit card. I was using it to pay off my credit card debt at a more favorable or zero interest rate. But yeah, that was a credit card in my dad's name.
So you included this document in your divorce hearing folder because it was relevant to your divorce, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, at 8:38 p.m. on New Year's Eve, you also looked up a March 2022 pay stub for Arielle Konig, correct?
I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
At 8:38 p.m., the same time, on December 31st, 2024, the same date, you also looked up a March 2022 pay stub for Arielle Konig. Is that right?
I don't recall doing that specifically, but that sounds plausible, yes.
We're going to publish dates 1, 2, 5, page 11. All right. Dr. Konig, this is the metadata for that document, correct?
Yes, this is the data for that document, yes.
Okay. And the last access date and time is December 31st, 2024 at 8:38 p.m., correct?
That's correct.
And this document is not in the taxes folder, is that right?
Right, which is, it just makes no sense that I access this document out of that folder.
Dr. Konig, that's not the question.
Yes. What was the question?
This document is not in the taxes folder,
That's
correct?
correct.
Okay. And again, there's no real reason to be accessing this document, correct?
There's no reason that I can think of accessing this document out of that folder. I can think of a reason why I was looking at her taxes potentially at the end of the year, but I don't know why I would have never gone to that folder to look for her tax documents, because I have a tax document folder that has all of her tax stuff in it.
And again, the document we're talking about is literally just a pay stub for 1 month, right?
That's right.
It's the only information in that document is how much Arielle got paid in March 2022, right?
Right.
No relevance to taxes in the year 2024, correct?
That's right.
She's not even at the same job at this point, right?
That's right.
So at the same time, the data from your computer shows opening up divorce-related documents as well as an old pay stub for Arielle, correct?
That's correct.
How much each person gets paid is very relevant in divorce, right, Dr. Konig?
That's correct.
And again, this is all 8:38 p.m. on New Year's Eve, right?
That's correct.
Now, January 3rd, 2025, moving forward a couple days, you save a file on your computer with an Excel spreadsheet that has the chats between Arielle Konig and Jeff Miller. Is that right?
I don't remember the exact date and time, but I did have a spreadsheet like that, yes.
You had a spreadsheet that was essentially the entire chats that they had, correct?
Yes.
And you saved that in January 2025, correct?
I don't remember the exact date. I thought I did that in December. I know I created the file in December.
Okay, we'll publish dates 139, and you created the file on December 24th, 2024, correct?
That sounds more reasonable.
Okay. You accessed the file on January 3rd, 2025, correct?
It looks like it, yes.
So it's safe to say that on January 3rd, you're still thinking about these messages, right?
Oh, absolutely.
They're still in your mind a lot, right?
Definitely.
You're still upset?
I'm still thinking about the affair.
It's hard to get off your mind, right?
I'm still thinking about the affair.
You're thinking about it a lot, right?
I'm thinking about it often, yes.
It's hard to stop thinking about it, isn't it?
No, at that point in time, I could stop thinking about it, and I was functioning just fine.
So you say that in January 2025, you were okay to stop thinking about it when you needed to, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. On January 7th, 2025, you purchased another audiobook, correct?
I don't recall.
We'll put States Exhibit 106 up on the screen. And this is going to be page 6 of 7. On January 7th, 2025, you purchased an audiobook called Not Just Friends, correct?
I thought we said that I purchased that on the 30th.
January 7th, 2025. You purchased this audiobook, correct?
Yes.
And on January 7th, 2025, again, the title was not, it's getting little half quotes, Just Friends, right?
Isn't that the same book that we said I purchased on the 30th?
Dr. Konig, you weren't asked about any books on the 30th of December,
Okay.
were you?
I'm sorry. We've been talking about a lot of books and a lot of dates, but I agree. I purchased that book on the 7th.
Okay. So you agree you purchased this book on January 7th, 2025, correct?
Yes.
And obviously, when you purchased this book, you were still thinking about the affair, right?
Yes.
It was still on your mind, right?
Yes.
And you actually purchased this book, I'll zoom in on the email time, at 4:32 a.m., correct?
Yes.
So at 4:32 a.m., January 7th, you're still thinking about this, right?
Yes.
The same day, January 7th, 2025, at 6:59 a.m., you go back into your JPR, Jesse Patella Ray, divorce folder, correct?
I have no recollection of going into the divorce folders for my previous divorce during this time.
Again, no recollection.
No recollection.
We're going to publish dates 113 at page 3. Can you take a look at that?
Yes.
All right. So this is a file name 2012 or 2012-412 Ghent plane ticks, correct?
Yes.
The document we're talking about is a plane ticket to go to the city of Ghent in Belgium, correct?
Yes.
And that's a trip that you and Jesse Patella Ray took together, right?
Yes.
And as the metadata shows, the last access date and time, January 7th, 2025 at 6:59 a.m., correct?
Yes.
This one is not in the supportive documents folder, though, is it correct? Is it?
No, it's in the same hearing folder, but it's a folder called Jesse Lived Extravagant Life.
Jesse being the woman you were divorcing at the time, correct?
Yes.
You made a folder called Jesse Lived an Extravagant Life, right?
That's correct.
You were a little bitter at the time you made this, right?
I was feeling a lot of emotions, I guess. I was mostly happy that I was getting divorced. At that time, we had, separated, and we were both, at that time, she was ready to get remarried, actually. And I was moving on, and I wasn't really feeling bitter, but the folder name is descriptive of what's in it, not of my feelings at the time, I guess I would say.
Okay. You made the name on the folder, right?
Yes,
And you say it's descriptive of the documents inside, correct?
that's correct.
So that means the documents inside are your evidence of how extravagant your ex-wife's life was, correct?
That's correct.
Dr. Konig, isn't it true that this trip in 2012 to Ghent, you went with Ms. Patella Ray?
Yes,
You guys went on that trip together, right?
yes,
And it's in the Jesse Lived Extravagant Life folder, correct?
yes.
Before I move on to the next date, do you want to take the break or no?
We can go up until 12:30 if you just want to like to take the break, unless we should take it now.
The next group has quite a lot.
Okay. We'll take our break now, Mr. Barner. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll come back at 1:30. We'll continue on. Leave your notebooks on the chair. Don't talk to anybody about this case. Keep an open mind. You know, I try to learn about this case ourselves. Have a good night. All rise. You're still under oath. And Mr. Garner, you may continue on with your cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 115, page 1. All right, Dr. Konig, isn't it true that on January 9th, 2025, at 9:10 p.m., you used the Microsoft Edge browser to log into Arielle's computer backup?
Yes.
So what you're logging into that this exhibit shows is a backup of Arielle's hard drive created in 2011, correct?
No. It's a portable hard drive that she had that had old documents on it.
Okay. And you wanted to go into Arielle's old hard drive to look at the documents, right?
That's right.
And again, January 9, 2025, 9 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Or 9:10 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, and this is through a program called Memio, right?
I don't know what Memio is.
All right. Well, regardless, you go in
No.
and you look at your documents, correct?
Yeah, I just go in and look at the documents. I don't know what Memio is.
All right. So you go into the folder for Ari, correct?
Yes.
And you go into the documents folder, right?
Yes.
And you go into the divorce folder, correct?
Yes.
And in that folder, you open a document called Notes. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to page 2 of the exhibit. This is the same folder, correct?
Yes.
Okay, the Ari folder. I'm sorry, this is a different folder. This is the Ari folder and then the downloads folder, correct?
Yes.
And the document you're looking at 9:14 p.m. on January 9, 2025 is called Complaint for Absolute Divorce. Is that
Yes.
right? And page 3 of the exhibit, this is also in the downloads folder, correct?
That's correct.
And the document you're viewing at 9:15 p.m. is called Rosen-Divorce, correct?
Yes.
And again, these were all on Arielle's external hard drive, correct?
Yes.
On February 3rd, 2025, you go back to your prior divorce folder, is that correct?
I don't recall that at all.
Publishing States Exhibit 113, page 4. On February 3rd, 2025, you go back to your divorce folder from your prior divorce to Jessica Patella Ray. Is that correct?
I do not recall doing this at all.
And this is, again, looking at the account statement from your father's account that you moved money into for your loan purposes. That's correct?
It looks like it's the same credit card. I can't remember if it's the same statement date, but it's that same PK Chase Freedom credit card that we used to transfer a balance into to pay it down.
And the last access date and time from the computer system is February 3rd, 2025 at 8:42 a.m., correct?
The last access date and time from the computer system is that date and time. That's correct.
So between December 14th and February 3rd, there are 4 different accesses to your prior divorce folder on your computer, correct?
From the computer system, yes.
That you have no recollection of.
That I have no recollection of.
But you are looking at Arielle's documents on her hard drive about divorce, correct?
Yes, I did look at that divorce folder on her portable hard drive on that date and time.
And during that time period, you're also looking into Arielle's old pay stubs, right?
Yes.
You're also looking into your tax notes that include information about how much alimony and child support you paid, right?
Again, I don't recall looking at a 2018 tax notes during that time, but that tax document was accessed by the system at that time, and that tax document does include alimony and child support.
And you're researching these financial documents and these divorce documents because you want to see how much damage you're going to suffer in a divorce. Isn't that right?
That's not right.
In January, you also review your wedding documents again. Is that correct?
I don't recall. Maybe show me what you're discussing.
On January 22nd, 2025, you access your wedding spreadsheet again, correct?
I might have. I don't specifically recall.
Published dates 124 at page 11. The access date is January 22nd, 2025, correct?
That's correct.
And this is another spreadsheet with the same material we talked about earlier, correct?
Yeah, that's another
Guest list, right?
version of the wedding spreadsheet. Yes.
It's got your guest list on it, yes?
Yes.
It's got your task that each of you have to do.
Yes.
It's got the financials, right?
Yes.
And on the same date, January 22nd, 2025, at 3:04 p.m., you view a document called Worthington Konig Wedding Room Block 9.14.18, correct?
I don't remember doing that at all.
You have no recollection of
I
this.
have no recollection of doing that.
It's the same date as the Excel spreadsheet, right?
Yes.
We're going to publish dates 1, 2, 4 at page 12. And again, if you can look, the file system last access date, January 22nd, 2025 at 3:04 p.m., correct?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. And in this document, this is the reservation for the venue of your wedding, correct?
That's right.
And it specifically shows how much that cost. Isn't that right?
I have no recollection of what's on that document.
No recollection. Okay, we'll publish to the next page. There's a table in the middle right here, isn't there?
Yeah, and that's the guest room block, so that shows if our guests decide to stay at that hotel, what they would pay under the wedding rate for those 3 different rooms.
We'll move on to the next page. This is basically rules that you have to follow, or what you have to decide
Sure.
what the rules are. And this has an anticipated revenue section, correct?
Yeah, so they had a minimum. So we were holding our wedding at this venue, and they had a minimum revenue that they needed to generate from room reservations from our guests, and that was the minimum.
And the overall cost for your wedding was $55,000 approximately, correct?
That sounds about right. I don't recall the exact number. But
And you were
is
looking up-
that in that document?
I asked you in general.
No. Oh, I'm just wondering where you got your number from.
The overall cost from your wedding is from your spreadsheets, correct?
Yes.
So you're looking up multiple different spreadsheets with the cost, right?
I have no recollection of looking at the wedding room block document. I don't have a recollection of looking at the wedding spreadsheet either, but I could potentially think of a reason why I would have done that. But I've no recollection of opening that wedding room block and have no idea why I would have done that.
The next date that you open the wedding spreadsheet is February 24th, 2025. Isn't that correct?
I don't remember opening the wedding spreadsheet, but
You don't recall? Okay. You also open a document called Final Floral Proposal on March 14th, 2025. Isn't that correct?
no, I don't think I did. I don't remember doing that. And if that's related to the wedding, I certainly did not look at the floral contract or whatever. What is it called?
You're saying you did not look at the floral contract
No.
or the final floral proposal. Is that right?
I 100% did not look at the final floral proposal for our wedding in March.
The published dates 124 at page 21. The document that we're looking at has a file name of Final Floral Proposal, correct?
That's correct.
File system, last access date and time, March 14, 2025.
Yeah, the computer system accessed it on that date and time. I have no recollection of opening this document and looking at that date and time.
The computer system did all this.
Yes.
The computer system opened this document, is what you're saying today.
I'm not sure
Where
what the
does
computer
access
system
go?
did. It says
Okay.
accessed. That is what the computer
It says
system.
access. Just it.
The computer system accessed this document, right?
That's correct.
Okay. on January 22nd, 2025, you viewed a UBS portfolio detailing your and your wife's retirement accounts, correct?
That's correct.
And that was a statement from December 2004, correct?
2004?
2024, correct?
Yes.
So in December 2024, you get the UBS statement detailing how much you and your wife have in your retirement accounts. Is
That's
that
correct.
right?
Yes.
And you reviewed that on January 22nd, 2025.
Yes, I do remember that.
And this is actually within a month of getting the statement, right?
That's right.
It makes sense to review the statement, within a month of getting it, right?
Yes.
Do you remember the figures in the statement?
I do not.
Would it help if we go through them together?
Yes.
Okay. States 126. We'll publish starting with the first page. This is just the metadata, again, that shows you you accessed this on January 22nd, 2025, correct?
Yes.
And again, statements from December 2024, right?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to look at a page detailing your Roth IRA next, okay? Okay, here's a summary page, correct?
Yes.
All right, and Gerhardt Konig, you have in this UBS account an Roth IRA value of $8,066.95, correct?
That's correct.
Arielle Konig has a Roth valued at $74,974, correct?
That's correct.
Arielle Konig has a second IRA valued at $164,500.76, correct?
That's correct.
For your account, that's a little over $8,000. Arielle is the sole beneficiary. Is that right?
That's right.
Anything happens to you, she gets 100%, right?
That's right.
For Arielle's Roth, the one that's about $75,000, you are the sole beneficiary, right?
That's right.
Anything happens to Arielle, that money goes to you, correct?
That's correct.
For Arielle's IRA, valued at $164,000 approximately, you are also the sole beneficiary, correct?
That's correct.
Anything happens to Arielle, that $164,000 goes to you. Is that
That's
right?
right.
In January 22nd, 2025, that's about the same time that you're doing all your life insurance work, right?
That's right.
And that's the same, or around the same time that you send Arielle that email instructing her to get a $250,000 life insurance policy, correct?
I did not instruct her to get that. It was a discussion that we had together, and the email was a summary of the product and the person to talk to after I contacted AAA. So I wasn't telling her to get life insurance. It was, here, contact this guy and ask for this product to get the life insurance that we discussed.
And you sent that on January 21st, is that correct?
I don't recall the exact date, but that sounds like it's the right date.
On February 4th, 2025, you viewed a May 2022 pay stub for Arielle, isn't that correct?
I'm sorry, say that again?
On February 4th, 2025, at 2:29 p.m., you viewed a May 2022 pay stub for Arielle, correct?
I have no recollection of that.
We'll publish States Exhibit 125 at page 22. This is the metadata, correct, Dr. Konig?
Yes,
And again, the document we're looking at is a pay stub, correct?
that's right. That's one pay stub from 2022 at the end of May.
And this is in your taxes folder on your computer, right?
Yes, that's in the shared drive in the taxes folder. That's correct.
Your testimony today is you have no recollection of looking at this.
I have no recollection of looking at this.
And the information contained in this pay stub is only the amount Arielle got paid that 1 month,
For
right?
that 1 month, correct. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense that I would have looked at 1 month of pay stub data from 2 years ago at
Wouldn't
that
make
time.
any sense, right?
It would not.
On March 14th, 2025, you viewed a 2018 Wealthfront account statement for Arielle. Isn't that correct?
I don't have any recollection of that.
Published States Exhibit 125 at page 24. Now, again, this is about a 2018 statement, correct?
That's correct.
And this is a statement for an account, a retirement account, or sorry, an investment account belonging only to Arielle. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, but I don't even think she still had it at this point in time. So this was a
Objection, non-responsive.
Yeah, I have no recollection. I have no recollection of looking at this document.
Ask the question again.
This document is from 2018, correct?
That's correct.
And again, no recollection.
No recollection.
On March 16th, 2025, you viewed a document, again, about Arielle's retirement accounts, correct?
I don't have a. I might have.
In a published States Exhibit 125 at page 36. On March 16th, 2025, you accessed a document that belongs or that is about Arielle's financials, correct?
This is on my desktop. I don't know what's in that document.
So this document isn't actually even in your taxes folder, right?
Right. This is on my desktop.
Meaning every time you open up your desktop, you see this document, right?
No, I have probably 36 different random documents that just tend to collect on my desktop. If I copy something and email it, sometimes I put it on my desktop for, during that time. I was not aware that this was on my desktop. I'm sure it was. That's the location of it, and I don't remember. Don't remember what this document is at all.
This document is again from 2022, right?
That's correct.
And this is showing how much Arielle had in her Westinghouse retirement account in 2022. Is that right?
I can't answer that unless I can look at the document.
We'll publish the next page. This is a similar document to one that we viewed this morning, right?
Yes.
Okay, and it tells you in the top right, which I'll zoom in on, how much Arielle had in her retirement account as of a certain date, correct?
Yes. It says the total value of that account, and what's the date?
The date was, the account summary shows 2022 in November, correct?
Oh, yeah.
So this document is about Arielle's retirement account from November 2022, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, I remember looking at this. I did look at this.
Okay, now you do remember looking
I
at
do,
this.
yes.
Okay. And November 2022 is a couple years before March 2025, correct?
That's correct.
It's 2.5 years, right?
Yes.
Now, you've been asked about your research into hiking, is that right?
That's right.
And you testified yesterday that you do a lot of hiking, right?
I do.
Isn't it true that there are only searches and computer data related to hiking between the dates of February 28, 2025 to March 4, 2025 on that computer?
That's correct.
Well, objection. There was a search range in the search warrant.
Do we speak in objections?
There was a search range in the search warrant. This question was about the entire computer.
Approach.
Let's limit the time frame, Dr. Konig. Between December 2024 and March 2025, the only data related to hiking from your computer is for those 5 days, correct?
That's correct.
And in January 2025, you actually treated a woman in the course of your work for having a rock fall on her at a waterfall. Is that right?
That's right.
You saw the injury that she got from that rock, correct?
I did.
You saw what kind of treatment she needed, right?
Yes.
And in February, at the end of February, that's when you started researching hikes, correct?
That's correct.
Published states 111. Publishing states 111 at page 1. On February 28th at 2:55 p.m., you searched Maui secret hikes, correct?
I did.
Then on the same date at 3:13 p.m., you searched secret hike Waikamai Falls, correct?
That's correct.
Then a couple minutes later on the same day, you move on to Oahu, correct?
Yes.
And you search best Oahu hikes, right?
That's right.
And by this time, you know that you're going to be taking, or you've discussed this Oahu trip with Arielle, correct?
Yes.
And the start of your search for Oahu is best hikes Oahu, right?
That's right.
And then you go to a website called alltrails.com, correct?
Yes.
And you filter to Hawaii first, right?
Yes.
And then Oahu, correct?
Yes.
And the title of that website is the 10 best trails and hikes in Oahu.
That's right.
Okay. The Palipuka Trail is not in those 10 best trails, is it?
I can't remember, but I don't think so.
Publishing next page to page 5. So February 28, 2025, 3:30 p.m., you click on a YouTube link titled Easy Hike on Oahu, Makapu'u Lighthouse Trail. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And just a couple seconds later, publishing the next page, again at 3:30 p.m., you click on a different YouTube link for the top 10 easy Oahu hikes for everyone. Is that right?
Yes.
So first you look at best hikes, right?
Yes.
And then you see these 2 YouTube videos for easy hikes, right?
Yes.
You don't watch these whole videos, right?
Probably not.
You don't watch these videos because at next page, 7 out of 10, 3:31 p.m., you're looking up difficult hikes, right?
That's right.
Because easy hikes is not for you, right?
Yeah, the hikes that I found on the Easy Hikes website wasn't what we were looking for.
Difficult hikes are generally more dangerous, right?
Sometimes.
Difficult-
Sometimes they're just longer.
Difficult hikes have rougher terrain, right?
Sometimes.
Difficult types have higher drop-offs, right?
Not necessarily.
Difficult hikes can have more exposure, correct?
They could.
And these difficult hikes, these are the kinds of hikes you were interested in, right?
Yes.
Now, your search for difficult hikes brought you to a website called journeyera.com. Is that right?
That's right.
And the first page you looked at on journeyera.com, I'm going to scroll to page 8 of this exhibit, is the URL just says Oahu hikes. Is that right?
That's right.
And again, you're visiting Journey Era on February 28, 2025, correct?
Yes.
So this is still the first day that you're researching hiking, correct?
That's correct.
And moving on to the next one. Next page, page number 9. You end up going to a page on journeyera.com saying the 35 best hikes on Oahu, the ultimate guide, right?
Yes.
Although the URL talks about the Stairway to Heaven, this is actually a list of 35 hikes, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on that list, you see the Palipuka hike, correct?
Yeah, among 34 others.
And then, on March 3rd, 2025, you go back to the journeyera.com website. Is that right?
That's right.
And this time, you're going to look at the Palipuka hike page specifically, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. March 3rd, 2025, 7:19 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you've seen the website you looked at up on the screen, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to put it up and go through it together. All right, this is the front page of the website, right?
Yes.
All right, we're going to go to page 2. When you read this, you saw that sentence that says, the Pali Lookout itself is a popular tourist spot, but 99% of visitors to the lookout don't hike. They just look over the valley. You saw that sentence, right?
I'm sure I did. Yeah,
And then you saw the page that describes the hike, isn't that right?
that's right.
You read the description?
Yes.
So you read the description that says the hike isn't necessarily dangerous, but much of the path is on the edge of a huge drop-off. You read that, right?
I'm sure I did.
And you read the sentence that says, does that make it dangerous? You decide.
I'm sure I did. I remember reading this whole article.
So you remember reading the whole article.
Yes.
You remember reading the part that says that the hike spits you out on the edge of a cliff with a huge drop-off.
If it says it, that, then I read that.
You remember looking at this picture of the hike, right?
Yes.
And you see this picture, and this is what you want to do.
Yes.
This is the hike you want to take Arielle on, right?
Yes.
Next page. In this page, the author describes and shows a picture of themselves enjoying themselves, right?
That's right.
They're looking out over the entire windward side, is that right?
That's right.
And this picture on this side has the puka, is that right?
That's right.
And this is at the end of the hike, right?
I assume so. Actually, from what I've remember from the description is that you can keep going past this for a little while still, but it's close to the end.
And
I've never-
this is
I've never
ultimately
been
where
there.
you want to take Arielle, right?
Yes.
This was the plan, to take her to this section, correct?
Yes.
And to take Arielle to this section of the puka, you have to take her through this section, correct?
Yes.
You have to take her along this trail along the cliff. Is that right?
Presumably, I never got to this point in the trail, but according to the pictures, yes.
You never got this far in the trail, right?
No.
The plan was to get that far in the trail, though, right?
Yes.
And then you saw the end of the article. Sorry, I'll put it back up. You saw the end of the article where it gives you advice, right? Where it says, be safe going down and take it slow, as it can be slippery and the drop looks very unforgiving.
Yes.
You read that, right?
Yes.
Now, while this is all going on, you've also been working on updating the insurance, correct?
Yeah, so we applied at the end of January, and this was March 4th. Yeah, by this time I think Aries' policy had already gone through, and either one, and maybe one of my policies did, but not both.
Your insurance policy doesn't go through partially until March 12th and then completely on March 24th. Is that correct?
That sounds right.
On March 17th, you actually search up Arielle's profile on Facebook again. Is that correct?
I don't have a specific recollection of that, but I probably did.
And on March 4th, 2025, you were also looking at WhatsApp again, correct?
Probably. I was using WhatsApp every day
You were using WhatsApp every day.
for work.
Now, okay. And you testified yesterday about your work bag and the medication that was in it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that your work bag is used for when you're on call, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified that you normally keep medication in there to provide if it's a rush situation, right?
Yes.
And the medication that you keep there can be dangerous, correct?
That's correct.
The medication that you keep in that bag can kill somebody, right?
I'll have to look at the medication that's in there, but a lot of the medications that I use at work can be lethal if not given appropriately.
Well, it's published State's Exhibit 98. Can you see the vial on the bottom right of this bag?
Yes, I can.
Do you need me to zoom in so you can read the label?
No, I know what that is.
The trade name of this drug is called Diprivan, is that correct?
That's correct.
The actual name of the drug, or the scientific name, is called propofol, correct?
That's correct.
Propofol is one of the main drugs that actually, I'll use a non-scientific word, puts you to sleep during anesthesia, correct?
It's a very common drug that we use to initiate and sometimes maintain anesthesia.
Propofol is rather famous, right?
Yes.
Propofol is the drug that killed Michael Jackson, is that right?
That's right.
You've heard of that story, of course?
Yes.
Okay. It is not a controlled substance, that's correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you actually have a controlled substance license yourself, too, right?
I do.
So you can carry more dangerous drugs than propofol, correct?
Yeah, I don't think I can. I think because my controlled substance license doesn't allow me to dispense; it just allows me to administer. And so, all of our controlled substances are controlled at all of the locations where we work, and so we have to check them out and check them back in, and then document all of the vials that we used during the day. I've never taken controlled substances home. I would never. It's not something I want to get into. So I don't even know if it's allowed under my license, but I can administer it.
All right. Now, let's take this exhibit down, and let's talk about March 24th, 2025. It was a normal morning, right?
Yes.
You and Arielle weren't fighting when you woke up at the hotel, correct?
No.
You gave her that birthday card, right?
Yes.
And then you and Arielle go to the bakery and get breakfast, correct?
No, we went and got breakfast in the hotel.
Got it. And then you go to the bakery to get coffee, right?
Coffee and pastries, yeah.
And then you and Arielle head out in your rental car up to the Palipuka, is that right?
That's right.
You drive up the Pali Highway, right?
Yes.
And you park in the parking lot at the Pali Lookout, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And you knew from your research into this hike that 99% of the people up at that lookout would not be going on the trail, correct?
Yeah, I didn't know the actual amount, but I knew the lookout was popular and the hike was less popular.
And that actually said 99% versus 1%, right?
Where did what say?
The
oh,
website you researched.
the Journey Ear article. Oh yeah, that did say that.
The website even told you, does that make the hike dangerous? You decide. Is that right?
No, the website when the website said that, it was talking about the trail being next to a cliff, not the trail being some isolated, secluded spot that there's no people.
The website said you decide if the trail is dangerous, correct?
No, the website said specifically, it's not dangerous if you stay on the trail, but if you don't stay on the trail, you might fall off the cliff. Is that dangerous? You decide.
And you saw that cliff, right?
I did. On the picture,
And you saw that cliff was at minimum several hundred feet high, correct?
yes,
You know, common sense tells you somebody falls off that cliff, they're going to die, right?
that's correct.
And the website even tells you that the hike spits you out on the edge of a cliff with a huge drop off. Is that right?
That's right.
And that photo that we looked at shows the trail going right along the cliff edge, correct?
For parts of it.
And this is the hike that you wanted to take Arielle on for her birthday, right?
Yes.
You wanted to go through the start of the hike, correct?
I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
You wanted to do more than just start the hike, correct?
I wanted to do more than just start the hike. That's correct.
You wanted to do the whole hike, is that right?
That was the plan.
You wanted to take Arielle through that cliffside path that we saw in that photo, correct?
Yeah, I wanted to take her on the hike and go with her on the hike and make it all the way to the puka. That was the plan.
In Publishing States Exhibit 122, you wanted to take Arielle along this path, right?
That's right.
Wouldn't you agree that that path is right on the edge of the cliff?
Yeah, it's very, very close to the edge of the cliff.
It's a narrow path, right?
It's a narrow path, and then there's a little narrow strip of grass and rocks, and then there's the cliff.
An empty void, right?
Yes.
Nothing to hold on to, right?
For this part of the trail, not much. I mean, there's some brush on the other side, but you have to really watch your step.
But Arielle didn't go that far on the trail that day, did she?
No.
'Cause Arielle didn't want to hike anymore, right?
Yeah, there came a point in time where Arielle did not want to hike anymore.
Arielle deviated from your plan to go up this part of the trail, right?
I wouldn't characterize it like that.
Well, you planned to go up this part of the trail, correct?
That's correct.
And Arielle didn't follow through with that part of the plan, right?
Yeah.
And at some point, you actually continue up the trail yourself, right?
That's right.
Without Arielle,
That's right.
on her birthday.
That's right.
But she didn't follow you, correct?
No.
She didn't follow you up to this narrow trail with this massive cliff, correct?
That's correct.
And then you went back down, isn't that right?
That's right.
And you saw that she was still there, right?
Yes,
And it was a surprise to you, right?
it was.
It was a surprise to you because you still had a chance to go through with your plan, right?
What plan are you referring to?
It was a surprise because you still had a chance to go through with your plan to push Arielle off the cliff. Isn't that right?
That is not right at all.
The area where you and Arielle ended up still had a massive cliff next to it, correct?
Yes,
The area where you took the selfie had a massive cliff behind it, correct?
that's correct.
It would work just as well as the area in this photo to push somebody off, correct?
It would work just as well to push somebody off. What do you, like, I don't understand the question.
Well, somebody would be just as dead if they fell off this part or if they fell off the part where you guys ended up.
Absolutely.
Yes?
They would be as dead falling anywhere along this trail because the cliff is extremely high.
I'm going to take these a bit down. Before we get to the final parts of the trail, you testified this morning, and you said, please do correct me if I'm wrong here, that you were not sexually demanding of Arielle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That is your testimony.
Yes,
You and Arielle went to couples counseling, isn't that correct?
that's correct.
And when you went to couples counseling, oh, you testified about the counseling yesterday, right?
Yes.
And
approach
Dr. Konig, just to clarify one more time, you testified this morning that you were not sexually demanding towards Arielle. Is that correct?
I think the question was if I ever demanded sex of Ari, and I've never demanded sex of Ari.
So you never demanded it, right?
That's right.
How often did you want to have sex with Arielle?
There was no specific number of times.
It was up to every other day, right?
Was what up to every other day?
You wanted to have sex with Arielle and of an amount up to every other day. Isn't that correct?
At some points in our relationship, we had sex, I'm sure, every other day for, that period of time, but there was never a point in our relationship where I What's the question?
So, in December 2024,
Okay.
after you confronted Arielle about this relationship,
Yes.
you still wanted to have sex with her every other day.
That is
correct?
not true. We had sex for a portion of December, and it was not every other day. And I never demanded to have sex with her every other day in December or at any point in time in our relationship.
And after December 24th, she did not have sex with you again, correct?
After December 24th, we did not have sex again.
And you testified yesterday that you went to couples counseling, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified that there were other issues, right?
That's right.
And one of those issues was an intimacy issue, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the couples therapist you saw, at least one of them was named Gemma Cannon, correct?
That's right.
And she had a meeting with you in December 2024, right?
She met with both of us on December 27th.
December 27th. So this is the same day as you've had this continued fight with Arielle, right?
We had, I would say, two arguments, two big arguments in December, and one was around the middle of the month, and the other one was on the night of December 26th, and then we argued about it again on the morning of December 27th, right before counseling. That's correct.
So you went to counseling with both you and Arielle, correct?
That's right.
And you both told the counselor what your problems were, right?
Yes.
And the counselor, Miss Cannon,
Objection. Hearsay if we're getting to what somebody else said.
The substance not coming in. Overruled.
Excuse me? No.
It's not substantive. Overruled.
okay, so you and Arielle both told the counselor what your problems were, right?
Yes.
Your problem was the same problem you've talked about a lot already, right? The
Yeah,
emotional affair.
The main issue that I wanted to address was the aftermath of the emotional affair, which included a lot of different issues in our relationship. It wasn't just one thing. It was a big kind of. It was a.
And Arielle also stated what her problems were, right?
That's right.
And the counselor listened to both of you and came up with a plan. That's right.
That's right.
And the counselor's plan was to deal with the intimacy issues first, correct?
The counselor's plan was to deal with the issues that Arielle brought up first. Yes.
That was the intimacy issues.
Yeah, part of it.
And then she would deal with the affair afterwards, right?
Yes, and not afterwards, but because again, these are not just like things you check off, off of a to-do list. The affair was causing a lot of issues in our relationship, and addressing those issues were going to take probably years. And the issues that Ari brought up, similarly, was also not just going to be a check off the box thing, and it's probably going to take some time. And the counselor said that she's going to start off with the other issues, and not start off with the affair issues, but it wasn't just like we were going to finish the one, check it off the box, and then move on to the next. There's overlapping issues, and it's all to do with the relationship. And so it's not fair to characterize it like we were going to finish one and then move on to the other. But we were definitely going to. She said, we're going to basically let's prioritize talking about the issues that she brought up first. Gerhardt, are you okay with waiting to address a lot of the issues to do with the affair until later in therapy? And I said, absolutely.
And you testified yesterday that those issues about the affair were never really resolved. Is that right?
No. Yes, that's right.
So, talked about Arielle's issues, and the issues you brought up were never resolved. Correct?
I'm sorry. Ask that again.
The first priority was Arielle's issues, the intimacy issues. Correct?
The first priority was Arielle's issues, and intimacy was one of them.
And then your issue, the emotional affair, was never addressed. Correct?
And our issue, the affair, wasn't adequately addressed ever either. And neither were the emotional issues. And I have to say, part of the affair and the aftermath of the affair, I had emotional issues, intimacy issues as well with her. So the intimacy issues went both ways. And when we...
Just
I'm going to ask my next question.
Go ahead, sorry.
Okay. Let's go back to the hike, Dr. Konig.
Okay.
March 24th, 2025, you testified about the hike yesterday, correct?
Yes.
You testified that you and Arielle had a massive argument, right?
Yes.
You testified that on her birthday, Arielle brought up a subject she knew would upset you, right? I'm sorry. You didn't testify to that, but that is what happened, correct?
That is what happened, yes.
You testified that Arielle brought up that she wanted to go back to work and speak to Jeff Miller again, correct?
She was still working, so she wasn't trying to go back to work. She wanted to start traveling with him again.
And your testimony is that this is what Arielle decides to bring up on her birthday trip with you, right?
Yes.
And that she decides to bring this up on the Polipuka Trail, right?
That's where she brought it up. That's correct.
So you testify that you have this argument, you separate, and then you come back together, right?
Yes.
You take this selfie right by the cliff, correct?
Yes.
And then you testified that Arielle pushed you, right?
Yes.
And you testified that you could barely hold on, right?
I almost went off the cliff.
And then you turned around and you testified that Arielle was 5 to 10 feet away, right?
By the time I turned around, she had backed away, and she was not. And yeah, that was part of why I was concerned that was a shove and not a accidental thing.
And then you approached her, you went towards her.
I did.
So you think you about get pushed off a cliff, and then you go 5 or 10 feet to get to Arielle, right?
I moved towards her, that's correct.
And then you say that Arielle pulled you onto the ground, right?
That's correct.
You're bigger than Arielle, right?
Yes.
You have at least, or at the time of the offense, or at the time of the incident, you had at least 20 pounds on her, right?
Yeah, roughly 20 pounds.
You're stronger than her, right?
Probably.
You're a doctor, so you know that men generally are stronger than women, correct?
Yes.
It's just a scientific matter of testosterone, right?
That's true.
But you testify that Arielle managed to pull you to the ground, and she pulled you on top of her, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Then you testified that Arielle wouldn't let you go from on top of her, right?
That's correct.
You testified that she wrapped her legs around you, right?
She wrapped at least one leg around me, yes.
Yesterday you said legs, right?
I think I said leg. It was at least one.
And you testified that she grabbed your testicles, right?
She did.
And that she wouldn't let go, right?
That's right.
All this time, you were on top of her, right?
That's correct.
And then you testified that Arielle took that rock. I'm going to grab Exhibit 2 right now. You testified that Arielle took this rock and hit you in the face. Isn't that right?
That's right.
And you said, the first hit, she got me kind of good, right?
That's right.
And you said she kept trying, right?
That's right.
And you testified you tried to start blocking it, right?
Yes.
And you testified she actually got a couple more hits in, right?
Yes.
So, but you don't know how many hits, right?
No.
One good hit to the side of your face, correct?
That's right.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 236. This is a photo of you from March 24th, 2025, correct?
That's right.
This is immediately after the police arrested you, right?
That's right.
This is the closest photo of you after Arielle hit you with this rock, right?
That's right.
Publish alongside State's Exhibit 1. Okay, so on the right side, we have you after Arielle got one good hit with you with the rock, right?
That's right.
And on the right side, we have you after Arielle kept hitting you with the rock and got a couple other less good hits. Is that right?
That's right.
On the left side of the screen, you testified that you hit Arielle 2 times, right?
That's correct.
On the left side of the screen, we have the results that you say you hit her only 2 times, correct?
That's correct.
Let's move on to the next day. We're going to publish states, I'm sorry, not the next day. We're going to publish states D30 on the right side. I'm sorry, defense 30 on the right side. Okay, look at the right side of the screen, please. This photo on the right side of the screen is you at the hospital, correct?
That's correct.
You at the hospital on the night of March 24th, 2025, correct?
That's correct.
This is you at the hospital after Arielle got a good hit on you with this rock, correct?
That's right.
On the left side of the screen, I'm going to put up states 23. This is Arielle at the hospital, correct?
That's right.
This is Arielle at the hospital after your 2 hits, correct?
That's right.
And you say only 2 hits to Arielle, right?
I only hit her 2 times.
This is the front of Arielle's face after those 2 hits, right?
Yes.
Which exhibit?
States 22.
Thank you.
Put up states 27. This is Arielle's hand after those. This is Arielle's hand after those 2 hits, right?
Yes.
And lastly, we'll put up on the left side states 1, 2, 8. On the left side of the screen, that's Arielle on March 25th, 2025, correct?
I don't know when that picture was taken, but I'll take your word for it.
That's Arielle the day afterwards, right?
Like I said, I don't know when that picture was taken, but I'll take your word for it.
We'll publish on the right side states 239. We'll flip it upside correctly. And this is you, again, correct?
Yes.
This is you on March 25th, 2025, right?
I think that was like the night of, like just after midnight, but it was after the previous picture. That's right.
This is you one day after Arielle hit you really good with this rock, isn't it?
That's right.
Take the recess?
I'm sorry.
Should we take the recess?
That was a good time. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take our afternoon recess. Ms. McKellen will get you at 2:45. Leave your notebooks on the chair. All right. Once if you see that 25-373, Dr. Konig is present in court on the stand of cylinder oath. All 4 counsel of record are present. All jurors are back in the courtroom. Mr. Barr, can you continue?
I have no further questions.
Mr. Otake, can you redirect?
Yes. Okay, Gerhardt, I'm going to just try to jam through this. I know it's been a long day. You were asked about going into detective mode. Why did you go into detective mode when you saw these things and learned about what Arielle had been doing or communicating, the way she was communicating with Mr. Miller? Why did you go into detective mode?
I just needed to find out details about the relationship.
Okay. For you, it was something you were searching for information.
She was obviously deleting things and trying to hide things, and I just wanted to understand what was going on, really.
The extent of the
Yes.
relationship. You were asked about the text messages from 12/1 that started, and that was a Sunday. Remember that?
That's right.
And you were asked about, it would say good morning, and then it went on throughout the day, Christmas lights, what you doing, all day long until good night. And you were asked that, there was nothing sexual in there. Were you still concerned that on a Sunday your wife was communicating with another man all day long?
Yeah. Yes.
Even though there wasn't.
Move to strike the last answer.
Granted, last answer her stricken.
Did the text messages still concern you, even though the word sexual wasn't in there?
Yes.
Sustained.
And move to strike the last answer.
Granted.
Were you concerned by the text messages on that Sunday between your wife and another man?
Same objection.
Sustained. That's legal.
How did you feel about the text messages on that Sunday between your wife and another man?
I was very worried.
Why did you tell Bryant first? Why did you reach out to Bryant?
I reached out to Bryant because he was one of my best friends, and I needed advice, and I wanted to give him a heads up about what was going to happen on the trip.
Okay. When you and Arielle talked about her quitting her job, what was your interest?
My interest was for her to terminate her relationship and her contact with Jeffrey Miller.
Were you going to be perfect? Were you okay with her getting another job?
Absolutely.
Was there a conversation about her looking for another job?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Did you and Arielle talk about what would happen if she quit her current job?
Yes.
And what did you guys discuss?
She was going to look for another job.
Okay. You were asked a lot about her this conversation about her moving out and then not. Initially, what was your thoughts about her moving out initially when you found out about it in San Luis Obispo?
I would have preferred if we could deal with the affair in an isolated environment, and so it would have been preferable if she had moved out.
Did you eventually change your thoughts on that?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked about monitoring her communications. Is there anything you learned in the audiobooks about that?
Yes.
What did you learn from the audiobooks about monitoring her communications and her sharing, giving up some privacy during this healing period?
I learned that as part of rebuilding trust in a relationship after an affair, especially in the digital age, it is going to require proactive giving up of some degree of privacy by the cheating spouse.
Okay. Now, you were asked about in December time period certain things that on your computer when they ran this Axiom search indicated it was accessed. Okay, so I'm going to quickly ask you. I'm not going to spend hours on hours on it.
Okay.
I'll ask you a few questions about it.
Yeah.
The things about Reddit and the audiobooks and things to do with infidelity. Why were you looking up these things in late December?
Because I was working on our relationship.
Were you still having a hard time with it all?
I was.
Okay. I asked Detective Inuma about how the search warrant, the computer search only pulled the terms, the relevant terms, and your name wasn't on there. Do you believe, like during this time period, you were also looking at your own financial?
I most certainly was.
Objection beyond the scope and expertise.
Do you believe you were also looking at your own financials at that time?
Yes, I most
Okay.
certainly were.
But you heard Detective Inuma say that search only pulled the ones with her name, yeah?
Yes, I heard that.
You mentioned at the end of the year, sometimes you were saying, you're asked about, I just want you to explain it more. So at the end of the year, when you're doing some tax planning, would you commonly look through certain files?
No, overruled. You can answer that.
Yeah, and not just tax planning, but just financial planning, like budgeting and things like that, and kind of reviewing, like, you know, how our retirement accounts were doing, and it was more than just tax planning.
You know, there was a retirement account of Aries that they brought up. I
Yes.
wanted to ask you, I think you're trying to explain, but why do you have a recollection of why you might have been looking at her retirement account?
Yeah, so she had
Tell the jury why.
she had like almost $200,000 in her retirement, and when we purchased our house, we purchased it through UBS actually. So they actually do home loans as well, and as part of that, they convinced us to move all of her retirement into one of their accounts, which is a managed account. So they charge a fee on it, and they wanted me to move my retirement account out of my account too when I terminated my job, but that was after we closed on the house. So we didn't end up doing that before we closed on the house, and I was glad because Aries' return at UBS was very poor for 2024, and so I was looking at her return in 2024 that she got at UBS, and I was looking kind of at historical data, and then I was also looking at her return that she used to get on the same retirement money when it was still held at Westinghouse. And it was part of the process to decide if we were going to switch her retirement account to a different account and provider to get a better return.
Okay. You know, all these financial documents they brought up, were you trying to, like, see if it would be cheaper to kill her than divorce her?
No.
You mentioned Darvo and what that meant. Why did that term resonate with you?
Oh, because so it felt like she was deflecting and then also blaming me for now the affair, and then also bringing up other things. And one of the threads that I read in Reddit talked about that idea, and then it used that acronym, and so then I was like, oh. What is this? So I looked up the acronym, and that's what it was. And so then I searched that acronym on Reddit to kind of get more information about people dealing with that specific issue.
You were asked about the 2018 Word document about the 2018 taxes and about the child support and alimony. Well, we talked about this the other day, so just really quickly, what other information was on there?
Oh, everything to do with our taxes. So, yeah, I don't know if you want to go into specifics, but...
So it wasn't just alimony and child support.
That's right.
Do you typically wake up early in the morning?
Yes.
You talked about this the other day, but after looking at the Palipuka on the website, what again? Why did it seem like a good one for you guys? What was the reasons?
Yeah, I thought that was going to be a really good hike for us to do because, like the prosecutor mentioned, it has these expansive views of the entire East Oahu. I'm sorry, West Oahu. No, East Oahu. And that was kind of one of our goals, is to kind of explore the island but kind of see it, so we can get an idea of what the island looks like. It was a relatively difficult hike, which we're kind of used to, and we liked hikes like that. That's like a little bit out of the ordinary. And it ended up, at this really cool spot where we can take a picture. It was close to Waikiki, and it was a short hike.
Okay.
Fit
You
into our
guys wanted
schedule.
to do other things that day.
Yes.
Okay. 1 second. Now, you were asked about whether or not during the conversation when you confronted Arielle about the affair in San Luis Obispo, prosecutor asked you if at some point in that conversation you called her a lying bitch and a whore. You remember being asked that?
Yes.
And was this a long conversation you guys had?
Yeah, I mean, I would say we had the conversation about the affair for the entire time we were in San Luis Obispo.
But then that first
on
night,
and off,
That first night, did that conversation get heated and emotional?
It did.
Okay.
It did.
Let me ask you this. It was just the two of you there, right?
Oh, when yes.
Yeah. And you were asked if you called her those names, and you wanted to tell the jury that you did.
Yes.
You could have said, no, I didn't call her that, but you wanted them to know that you did call her those names, right?
Testifying.
Sustain.
You testified to this jury. Well, you admit that you called her those names.
Yes.
Okay. And then did the conversation continue, and did you guys try to work through it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, doctor. That's all the questions I have for you.
Any recross based on what was asked on redirect?
Just a moment.
Take your time.
Dr. Konig, we're going to keep this very limited. I'm going to go through two situations. Situation one, if Ari divorces you, you're likely going to be paying child support, correct?
Yes.
And you know from your last marriage, that's very expensive, right?
It's not that expensive, but
You paid almost $30,000 a year in 2018, correct?
it's not a reason why I wouldn't divorce her if we had a good reason for it. That's all I'm saying.
If Arielle divorces you, if she divorces you, you're likely the one that's going to be paying child support. That's correct?
If we ended up getting a divorce, I would be paying child support. Correct.
If Arielle ends up divorcing you, you don't get anything from her life insurance, correct?
If Arielle, if we get divorced, neither one of us gets either one of our life insurances.
Arielle divorces you, you don't get any of her retirement accounts, correct?
If we get divorced, well, that's not true. No. If we get divorced, Arielle might get some of my retirement account because my retirement account is much bigger than hers.
The question was, if Arielle divorces you, you do not get her retirement account, correct?
This is a question of law. It's not that's overruled.
I know the retirement accounts are going to be. I know that retirement account division is part of divorce, and I know that there's a lot of things that go into that calculation. I know that my retirement account is much bigger than her retirement account, and I'm not sure what portions we'll be able to keep because it's based on when the contributions were made and things like that.
You know that you're likely not going to be taking her retirement if she divorces you, correct?
Like I said, I don't know what's going to come of all that. It's a complicated. It's much more complicated than the life insurance issue, for example.
And you know that if Ari divorces you, a likely outcome would be 50-50 custody, correct?
It depends on the circumstances of the divorce.
You knew before March 24, 2025, that if Arielle divorced you, 50-50 custody is generally standard, correct?
Yes, absolutely, and that's what I would have been advocating for.
Second scenario, if Ari dies, you don't pay any child support, correct?
If Ari died when?
If Arielle Konig dies, you're not going to be paying her any child support, correct?
If Ari dies, and yes, I would not be paying a dead person child support. Yes.
If Arielle dies, you get the $250,000 life insurance policy she took out, correct?
Yes.
That your suggestion, correct?
Not my suggestion to take out the life insurance policy. It was a joint decision.
If Arielle dies, you get $250,000 from her retirement, correct?
Yes.
As the sole beneficiary, correct?
Yes.
If Arielle dies, you get full custody of the kids, right?
If Arielle dies, I'm the only parent left. Yes.
No further questions.
Mr. Talkie?
If you get convicted of this charge,
Objection.
she
Hang
gets
on,
full. She
hang
gets
on.
full custody.
Approach.
You were asked about custody.
Yes.
You love your boys?
Yes. More than I can describe.
Excuse me?
More than words can describe.
Do you want to fight Arielle for 50-50 custody in the divorce?
Absolutely.
Okay. You were asked about how if she died, you would have got $250,000. How much money would Arielle have gotten if you died?
Over $2 million, including the life insurance and the retirement.
Let's talk about that. How much life insurance did you take out on your life for her?
$1.5 million.
And that was in this January to March time period?
Yes.
During that time period, you decided to take out $1.5 million of life insurance on your life for her, right?
Yes.
You had more retirement than her?
Yes.
And if you died, that would go to her.
Yes.
They brought up child support. Throughout, when you were your two older kids, they asked you about that. After you and their mom split up, did you pay child support?
Yes.
Did you feel it was the right thing to do?
Yes.
Did you want to do that for your kids?
Yes.
If you and Ari got divorced, would you be willing to pay child support?
Yes, absolutely.
Would you do financially whatever you needed to do to make sure your kids had a good life?
Yes.
Thank you, Gerhardt.
Any other questions?
No further questions.
Doctor, thank you. You can return back to counsel state. Mr. Otake, does the defense wish to present any other evidence?
Can we approach?
Sure, come on up.